always advise as your city attorney is that legal.
Good morning, everyone. The August 17th, 2022 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2. You may also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, on the Go Vegas app. City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2, the web, and the web on Wednesday at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit to the back of the chambers, go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, going down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. However, if you do not, please see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise this morning for the invocation given by Reverend Carol Simpson, Shekinah Glory Ministries, and please remain standing for our pledge. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for this opportunity. Please bow your head as I pray. Dear wise and loving Father, thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for your life itself, health. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thank you for the freedom to embrace you, and thank you for loving us. Father, bless, encourage, and strengthen the mayor and the city council members. Give them wisdom and grace, them with your love and foresight to make decisions that will bring great success to the community as they serve. In the scriptures, you have said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace, order, and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council here today. I am asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives, and joy in their tasks. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give an assurance and direction of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Las Vegas. In your most blessed name, I pray. Amen. Amen. You're
Okay, we're on to the ceremonial portion of our agenda.
No, so I am. There you go.
They're scared. This is dental. You know? You gotta feel comfortable. You're gonna fix that. Okay. Sorry, you have to live with me. I don't have to do it forever. Okay, this is the ceremonial portion of our
Your mic.
council. Oh, I'm so loud.
But we need to hear you clear.
Okay. And I'm not high on drugs. I don't use them. Okay, edibles. Oh, we've got a good show going here, you know. Okay, this is a ceremonial portion of our city council agenda. And for our first item, I want to invite our city engineer, Rosa Cortez, to join us at the podium, please. Good morning, and how are you? Maybe Mike Jansen. Okay, there's a move to have Mike Jansen come down here. I can't imagine why. He's the boss, that's why. Anything that we're building, doing, we go to Mike Jansen. A lot of comments today in the paper, too, of all the things we're doing. But this particular item is really the most important thing. It's about our employees. And our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community to make life better. I'm so proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Michael Kirk. So Michael, come on down. I think they like him. I think our city really likes this man. And I want you to notice his shoes. They're very in. Those are very in style. Everybody in Washington is wearing. You see, we can't afford them here. No, they're very popular. For those of you in the back you can't see, they are, I don't know the name. Do you know what they're called? Cole Haan. Oh, and they have the white trim. That's fabulous. But enough about that, sorry. Michael is fabulous. Michael is beloved, and Michael is a facilities project manager with our Public Works Department, and he's been with the city for 20 years. In January of last year, Michael accepted the position of supervisor for the city's on-site construction management team. This team's responsible for ensuring city projects are built safely, come in on time, and at least on budget, if not under. Now, where was that? And we must comply with all labor, of course, and building code laws. This is a key position and a busy one under optimal circumstances, but Michael has had some real challenges that he's had to overcome for the city. First, our construction management team has seen a wave of retirements, with 50% of the division's key employees leaving the city in the last few years. So not only is Michael managing this terrific and important division, but he's also having to train new staff and ensure that they have the institutional knowledge they need to be successful in the future, as well as today, of course. Another challenge that Michael has had to overcome is that the construction industry is still struggling with supply chain issues, as you all well know. These are unprecedented material costs and labor law changes. All of these factors add up to a stressful and ever-changing environment, but Michael calmly guides the team through all these issues. Michael is always positive and has the ability to put issues into perspective for his team. Michael, we thank you for all that you do to help and serve our community. But before we hear from you, I'm going to start with His Honor, Mike Jansen. Then we're going to go to Her Honor, Rosa. You're next. And by that time, you probably don't have to say anything because everybody loves you. Okay, Mr. Jansen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll tell you, it's such an honor to be here today with Mike Kirk. As you mentioned, almost 21 years Mike's been here, and you'll see in the audience a lot of Mike's support team and co-workers who really respect Mike. And just a shout out to the team that's out there. Quick hands up in the air for the Public Works team that's in the audience. Hello, all. In Mike's career at the city, he has worked probably on almost every corner of the city, so many of the streets, so many of our city facility projects. And what that's meant is his experience. His experience has been gained over all those years to where his team out there has his full respect. But I would say the most important thing that's happened recently with Mike is in every organization, as we have retirements, opportunities come forward for leadership opportunities, and that exactly what happened in January of 2021. 9 months after COVID shut down the Strip and changed the world as we know it, one of our longtime employees that led Mike's team previously retired, and there was an opportunity for that leadership role to be filled. Mike stepped up, applied for that job, and was selected. And I would tell you, construction projects are never easy, but add in the layer of COVID and all the other challenges that put on our contractors, the craftsmen that do all the work, the suppliers, and our own team was not an easy period of time. But as you noted, Mike's level-headedness, his calmness, has worked us the magic that's needed to get through all those issues. So without a doubt, I just want to congratulate Mike, and so happy his fellow co-workers recognized him for this honor.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Leadership is so important and incredible. So Rosa, please, a few words, would you?
So I just want to thank Matt Kleiner and Tom Hayes for nominating Mike for this award. Mike has always been a go-to person for construction. He's been here a long time, and I've had a chance to work with him over the years. Previously, when I was a project manager, he managed some of the construction projects with me, and I was able to see his skills and always had no problem trusting his decisions in the field. So recently now, as the city engineer, I know that Mike, he takes all these challenges that happen in construction. They're not always easy, but he's very professional, and he really tries to reduce the risk impacts to the city when he makes these decisions in the field. So with that, I'm really proud of Mike. I'm happy to see him up here. I know he doesn't like to be in the spotlight, but congratulations.
So Mike, as our August Employee of the Year, we want to give you this beautiful glass, this is glass, award to recognize you and everything you've done. And again, starting from, I know, our city manager, Jorge Cervantes, and from Mike Jansen, as I bow over there, and Rosa, and then all of you back there who do all the work all the time. Mike, you're fabulous. We're grateful for you. Your name will be on the corner street sign, as you know, beside City Hall on Main Street there, so you can drive back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and know that we're there for you and we appreciate you. So I know this is not your shtick, but you could just say thank you. But if you want to say something else, all right, I'll hold this.
All right, thank you. No, I'm grateful for this honor to be here. I'm kind of a shy, introverted individual, so this is something I would avoid if I had a choice. But I'm grateful, honestly, to be recognized and to represent Public Works and specifically construction management. We have a great group of people, women and men that are there that are professional, that do a good job and could very easily be standing here in my place. and I know that, and I'm grateful for that, and I'm grateful for this honor, and thank you.
Wonderful. You're great. You're great. Boy, are you great. Wonderful. Congratulations, team. Thank you. Thank you. You're the best. Thank you. Oh, picture up front.
Slide this one out of here.
Watch out, here he comes. He's mowing everybody.
We keep it here, yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, then let's go in front.
We got our system.
Come on. Order us around.
Come on.
Come on.
Next to the mayor.
Where are you? There you are.
Ready?
Oh, my goodness. I'm charismatic, by the way.
Congratulations. You're so good. This is you. Are we on time?
We are on time.
Boy, is he a tough person to work with. Okay, Councilman Knutson, rather than waste one more second of introducing you, the team's yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'm happy to have the UNLV School of Medicine team come on up and join us while I'm talking. Give them a round of applause. All of you stand on up. We're going to be efficient. Shake hands and line up like we're taking a picture. So I get the distinct honor and privilege of representing Ward 1 in the medical district, and the School of Medicine is one of those key critical anchor tenants within the School of Medicine. Now, Mayor, I'm talking here. Come on, folks, move on up. So here's why I want to talk about the School of Dental Medicine. One is dental medicine is incredibly important for the overall health of the body, but the overall health of our community. So I'm going to say a couple of... Come on, people. Okay, that's very good. Shh. It's the only way to do it. So the School of Dental Medicine, there's some really critical things that we need to know about them, and I'm going to let the dean talk about a lot of it, but I want to talk about some personal stories. So it always comes back to my children, and I have my school pictures to share with the mayor later. It always comes back to my kids. So Andrew was super sick for a very long time, and we spent a lot of time at UMC Hospital, and so that's why I do what I do and why I talk about healthcare the way I talk about it, is because it's very, very personal. And so those of you who know my kids, they are not wallflowers. They're not shy. They're not passive. And so the first time I was exposed to the School of Dental Medicine, Andrew fell off the playground at school and knocked a tooth loose. Super scary for us because at the time he was immunocompromised. He was going through some severe infections. We were consistently going back and forth to the PICU and NICU at UMC. And so I called the doctor and said, what do I do with my 6-year-old who's immunocompromised? His tooth is turning gray, and I don't know what to do with it because I'm a new parent and I'm scared. And they said, you need to have a dentist that's aligned with UNLV because we need to share information. We need to talk about the care that your child's going to receive. And so I made an appointment with the UNLV School of Medicine. We went in. It was an uncomfortable first appointment because we had to have a tooth yanked. And Andrew developed this trauma associated with dentists. It does get positive. So I'm going to talk about, we've had multiple experiences now with the School of Dental Medicine. I'll keep us on time. So the second experience, now I want to talk about who the dentist was, because it was a dentist. She was in her residency program on pediatric dentistry, and she was flying in from Atlanta where she had 4 children. Her and her husband were dentists. She was coming out to UNLV School of Dental Medicine to get her residency and become a pediatric dentist. She had 4 children in Atlanta, came to UNLV School of Dental Medicine to learn how to do it better. And so she was our dentist, and she knew the first time was really quite traumatic for us. And so when we came in, it was Andrew at the time, and she started walking through all the procedures she was doing. He got more and more comfortable. The second time, we had a different resident. She has 3 children, and she's getting her pediatric dentistry residency completed with. And she started letting Andrew hold the tools and use the tools on Kate. Kate's my 4-year-old little girl. And then they switched, and Kate would be in the chair, or Kate would be holding the tools on Andrew. And so it was this loving, caring, nurturing way of teaching children about the value of oral health care. But it made my children love coming to the dentist. they absolutely love it. So I say we're going to the dentist. A couple things come up is, one, can I do the spit machine? Because they get to suck the spit out and they get to spray the water in. And two is, where's the bouncy ball machine coming back? So that's my one request, because they took out the bouncy ball machine during COVID. And I told Andrew I would ask if they can bring the bouncy ball machine back. That's my one request that I'm asking for. My kids absolutely love coming to the dentist, and it's not about my kids, it's about our overall community. And so what's really important to know is that when I ask the students, and there's a few students up here, what are the biggest challenges facing healthcare in general, they talked about poverty, and our community struggles with poverty quite a bit. We talked about patients who have to drive in 2 hours to receive an appointment and not having the funding, not having the gas money, not having the vehicle to be able to get there. We talked about the challenges of maintaining a pediatric dental schedule or a dental schedule, because if you don't know how to go to a dentist, if you don't know how to swish mouthwash, which we've seen before, then you don't know how to go to a dentist. And that overall is how we take care of ourselves, how we take care of our bodies. So UNLV School of Dental Medicine is filled with leaders, filled with people who really care about our community, filled with students who are learning how to care about our community, and they've done an exceptional job of being part of the medical district and a key integral leader within the medical district. Like I said earlier this morning, we're approving a contract for the city to jump into the healthcare game with both feet to make sure that we are advocating, fighting for those critical resources to make sure that healthcare is a top priority within Nevada and within Las Vegas. The School of Dental Medicine is part of that, making sure that we take care of our oral health and teaching and training leaders within the healthcare community to help us understand why we need to invest in healthcare. Dean Garcia, are you first up? Executive Vice President Provost, the most names in his title. Chris Heavey has been an amazing leader and a partner with the City of Las Vegas, and as we continue to invest in the medical district, which now there's hundreds of millions of dollars in private and public investment going into the medical district, it's because of the people we see right here. I'm eternally grateful, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Councilman Knutson. We're delighted to be here today to just celebrate the School of Dental Medicine and the incredible work that they do supporting this community. We know that great communities don't happen by chance. Great communities are built through partnership and teamwork, and we deeply appreciate the work of the City Council and Councilman Knutson in promoting the coherence and success of the medical district and all of those in the School of Dental Medicine who help care for this community. Las Vegas is constantly trying to catch up to the growth that we've experienced, and the School of Dental Medicine is a key asset in the healthcare space to help us serve the community in all strata across that community. And so I'm deeply appreciative of this work. We're also celebrating 20 years. I won't steal too much of your thunder. And saying goodbye now to Dean Garcia, who's accepted a position to go back to her home state of Texas, but we're committed to the continuing success of the School of Dental Medicine for the decades and really centuries to come to make sure that we in partnership build the greatest community that we can have. So thank you for having us here, and thank you for everyone at the School of Dental Medicine for the vital work that you do caring for this community.
Just to be clear, it's not one person. The people behind me and with me are part of what makes it happen. Our students, who I'm glad they got up early, thank you, they're on break. We're so appreciative you're here. As well as our key leaders of faculty, and you'll notice our staff, and we invited our people who've been here from the beginning. So many of these men and women have been here at the inception of the school, and they do have our logo, 20 and 22, so we're not selling anything. But again, I'm Lily Garcia, Dean for UNLV School of Dental Medicine and Dental Clinics. On behalf of our school, I want to thank you. We're grateful and honored to receive this recognition, so thank you, Mayor Goodman, Councilman Knutson, and fellow council members. When our founder and former state senator, Dr. Raymond Rawson, who's also a dentist, established our school 20 years ago, we began a mission to provide a professional doctoral level health-focused degree and to leverage this investment to increase access to oral care for our residents of Las Vegas and throughout our state. And the continuing success of this mission belongs to the hardworking professionals that I'm surrounded by and students represented by our group. This year we have nearly 250 dedicated staff and faculty, and we are recruiting, just like I know they're recruiting. We're recruiting as well, because we help our students and residents deliver direct patient care on our on-site clinics and community outreach clinics. Each year, these dedicated professionals educate nearly 350 general dentists and 40 specialist dentists. Our students and dental residents handle more than 2,000 patient visits each month and use those experiences to become competent and confident practitioners that we hope to retain throughout the state of Nevada. Year after year, since 2002, this collection of talented people has shaped the school and its future and made oral health care available even during COVID-19 pandemic for more than 200,000 Nevadans who needed care. They are the reason for the school's positive impact during its first 20 years and will remain the impetus to become the jewel of Las Vegas for its success for decades to come. So I want to thank you again, my colleagues, Mayor Goodman, Brian Knudsen, and the City Council for this recognition. So thank you very much.
So I am going to read this proclamation. Whereas the University of Nevada, Las Vegas School of Dental Medicine opened its doors on August 26, 2002. So that's how we get to 20 years. Yeah. For the dual purpose of providing Nevada residents with a doctoral level education opportunity in a much needed healthcare profession and improving access to comprehensive oral health. And whereas UNLV School of Dental Medicine has trained more than 1,500 general dentists and dental specialists during its first 20 years, many of whom stayed in Nevada to begin their careers. And whereas UNLV School of Dental Medicine has provided oral health care and specialty level dental services to more than 200,000 Nevada residents and visitors. We are one of them. And UNLV School of Dental Medicine also created a community outreach initiative and population-specific community outreach treatment clinics to provide care for the neediest in our neighborhoods, resulting in more than $9 million in free services. And now, therefore, we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, do hereby take great pride in proclaiming August 17th, 2022 as UNLV School of Dental Medicine Day. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're going to come on up here for a picture. Now we're going to move this.
Yeah, that we could move. And I must say, Oscar, my husband, former mayor, was in office during his tenure, the year this dental school opened, and he came home with such great hope and pride in what lay ahead for us all in this community. And boy, have you hit the mark again and again. So the future looks tremendously bright going forward, and I know how many and how often you serve those who really can't afford it. So it's a wonderful program, and I love that a child was brought into the dental world so positively for your son and daughter. It's beautiful. So thank you all. We'll do a picture or two. But I'm too big. I'll go right there with you. Wonderful. Congratulations, and thank you all. Thank you all. Thanks for coming down. Thank you. Congratulations. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Oh, no, we're so great.
Congratulations. Wow, 20 years.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to switch over from the technological world, and you will tell us, please, when we can go forward.
We can start anytime after 9:30. And Lou, it's after 9:30, so anytime you're ready then, Mayor.
Great, thank you. So we are alive and well here, and wonderful. Great. This is our first public comment portion of the agenda. Must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. It's your opportunity to address council, but council will not engage or respond with dialogue. We'll set the time for 1 minute, and knowing that many of the cards are in relation to either agenda item 10 or I believe it's 23. 23 will definitely have comments at the time of that item on the agenda. So unless you have to leave and you want to speak on 23, which you're welcome to do, time will be for 1 minute. And then at public comment on 23, we'll do that. So, and for anybody else, there's a second public comment at the end of council this morning, and that will give you more than a minute's time.
Morning, Madam Mayor and City
Morning.
Council. Daniel Braisted, B-R-A-I-S-T-E-D. This comes under old business. 2 months ago, I reported a bicycle swarm by the Strat. They took up all the lanes, 350 people. I got shot by a water pistol. Did anything happen because of that?
Mayor, if I might, Mr. Braisted down here, Jeff Dorgak, Assistant City Attorney, you know, this is the item for agenda topics. We can take that comment at the end if you want. Are you on an agenda item?
No, I'm not. This is old business.
Right, but we'll do it at citizens' participation at the end. It has to be on an agenda item right now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and if you would tell us which item you're addressing, that would be helpful, please.
Yes, good morning, Mayor and councilmen and women. It's agenda item 220265. It's item number 30, and it's under the one motion, one vote.
Okay.
So I don't know if we're going to be allowed time when it comes up to speak, or if we need to speak
Well, I would say if you can do it now, please.
Okay. Several of us have sent you letters and faxes and emails.
Oh, yes, if you would, please state your name for the record.
Oh, sorry. Michelle Dodds. Hi. Another Michelle, yes. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. This is concerning the Collida project, the apartments that have already been announced in the newspaper yesterday as being a done deal. I was told by a staffer when I called next week not to waste my time coming because it was already decided back in January. As a 51-year resident of Las Vegas, I am greatly, greatly grieved at our council and our politics that the city has come to, that we the people that elected you are not allowed to have a voice in anything that happens in this community. We in my neighborhood, and I've invited each one of you to come see from my backyard what one of your decisions last year has already done and destroyed the health of several of us with the Richmond American project that's going up. And so this is going to be right there with that.
Thank you very much for coming and speaking. Anyone else, please come forward. State your name for the record and which item you're speaking to, please. And the Collida residential is number 30.
Good morning, Madam Mayor,
Good morning.
fellow city council people. I respectfully ask if I can have agenda item 10 pulled and heard.
Why don't you make your comment, and if you would, let me just see what the action is on that first.
I don't know if I can do it in a minute.
Okay, well then at the end, but if I make it a public comment, I don't know, is that a permissible one? Because we have a few cards on 10, I don't mind.
Mayor, Jeff Dorkak, Assistant City Attorney, you're correct. At this time, the gentleman can make a public comment, and we'll deal with whether or not to pull it from the abeyance list with item 8 when we get there, which is next.
And did you give us your name, sir?
Louis DeSalvio.
You had a haircut, so I didn't recognize you.
I'm trying to look a little different
But
today.
that wouldn't work anyway.
Would you prefer I make comment or see what action gets taken on 8?
Well, what I'm going to do is get our Director of Planning to make a comment, because I think we may be going around the circle here. Okay. So why don't you make a brief comment, and then we'll see how we move forward here.
My comments are different from what was explained to you guys that I also witnessed at the same time on July 17th meeting. I believe Teddy came before you and said that this contractor had issues with their licensing. I'm going to let Teddy speak to that. It caught my ear because what I do for a living is the Nevada Foundation for Fair Contracting. I protect the workers as well as the taxpayers when it comes to prevailing wage projects. I looked into this contractor based on the testimony that was given here on that day, and I've come to find, based on their certified payroll that they submitted to the county, and I'm pulling numerous other jobs over the last few days and waiting for them to come in, there's a lot of problems.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do, and please advise me on this, Mr. Dorkak, when is the appropriate time to pull it back? Our Mayor Pro Tem has been excused till 10 when he is going to try to be here, and Councilwoman Seaman has been excused from Council's meeting today. So I think what we need, I have enough cards, but I really want to hear from staff because I think that answers a lot of questions.
Then I would recommend when we get to item 8, we'll go ahead and pull that item off of the consent agenda so we can have everyone come up and speak, including staff, as you'd like.
Thank you. So we'll do that.
Thank you very much.
Don't
I
go away.
appreciate it.
So anybody else on agenda item 10, please know that's what we're going to do. So any other comments, but specify to the item, please, if you will. And don't forget to give your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Jidov.
And could you pull the microphone towards you?
Oh,
thank
certainly.
you. Perfect.
Good morning. I'm Teresa Jidov. I'm speaking about 22-0265. That's the Collida Development. I'm specifically opposed to what's going on in that area. It has nothing to do with looking at or considering how the community is being impacted. We've already had a serious environmental impact based on a decision made last year, and it's hurting our health and other things. I grew up in Las Vegas. I'm native. I was born in the old Las Vegas hospital. This is not the Las Vegas that I grew up in. More and more of the decisions don't have anything to do with the communities that people are living in. I was taught to be a citizen and to vote from the time I turned 18. I've never missed except one election in all that time. I'm very disappointed that we don't have more say-so in what's going on, and that many of these decisions appear to have been made long ago before we were ever notified that there was anything going on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, please come forward and state your name. And for those of you who are looking at your agenda, it's agenda item 30, not 220265. Agenda item 30. Public hearing. It is a public hearing item, so if you want to add your comments, then.
Actually, it's not. It's on one motion, one vote. It's not a public hearing.
Oh, unless you pull it?
No, it's not a public hearing. We open one motion, one vote for public hearing.
Okay.
We don't open consent for public hearing.
Okay.
Good. And you do that, excuse me? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, your name, please.
Hi, my name is Victoria Halfone. I'd like to comment on agenda item number 23 about short-term rentals.
Okay.
I purchased my first home in Las Vegas in 2006 at the peak. At the bottom of the market, my neighborhood had lost 80% of its value. Out-of-state investors came and gobbled up the houses in my neighborhood like popcorn, and they rented those houses out to Section 8 and low-income families who killed all the landscaping, parked cars in the yards, have illegal businesses, leave trash everywhere. They've killed the neighborhood, which did not have an HOA. I didn't abandon my house. I kept my property beautiful. I didn't default. I worked hard and paid off my loan from the peak. I recently purchased my second home in Las Vegas and have been eagerly looking forward to being able to augment my income, which has not recovered from the pandemic, as an Airbnb. Last year, I submitted everything to the city and state, now only to find out that in addition to the amount of Airbnbs being decimated, the licenses will be by lottery.
Thank you.
Lottery does not reward excellence. It does not reward planning or
Thank you very much.
seriousness.
Appreciate your coming down, making comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else? Okay. Yes, sir. Please come on down, state your name.
Charles Weber. Do I have to give the address too?
No, just
Okay.
your name, please.
It has to do with line item 30, and it's going to sound really weird. It's probably about the weirdest thing you've heard. Is under construction, what they've been doing there, they've been not sweeping it right with the street sweeping, with the track out and all the rest of it. Everything that you guys have told Richmond American Homes and all the other people involved, or was it, forgive me on the Richmond, is their track out there where they do construction and do all the sweeping. They end up using sweepers that aren't certified by EPA Rule PAR 1186. That means it's in violation. And what I propose to the city, so we don't have this problem, is street sweeping, believe it or not, as huge as landscaping, should have a specific business license, like if you're a street sweeper, and then Department of Air Quality, that federally speaking, they're supposed to inspect the equipment. They don't. They consider them mobile sources of PM10. So yes, it's probably the weirdest thing. Forgive me, I'm nervous as all hell up here. But if street sweeping itself had a business license that went through DACWM and the health department, you would lower cancer and the like.
Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. I'm just looking at our city manager who listens to everything, and we'll look into that suggestion, I'm sure. Anyone else? Please come forward, state your name. Thank you, and I know it's good that you wear your mask in crowds, but it makes it really hard to hear and understand what people are saying when you're speaking through a mask, so I appreciate that you took it off.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning. My name is Michelle Laramie. I'm at 556 Ellen Way. I'm here to speak on item 23. A little worried about time, so I'm just going to go ahead and comment right now, but I appreciate you pulling it.
You won't be able to stay? Because I do want you to hear from our staff on the item. I think it's very critical and important, but you're welcome to make your comment. So if you would start her again at 1 minute, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay. I'm going to try to stay, but I'm not sure if I'll make it. So
You'll have to, so please.
I'm speaking today on behalf of the Downtown Neighborhood Coalition, and as well as a resident of Beverly Green neighborhood. Our Downtown Neighborhood Coalition consists of a group of neighborhoods in downtown Las Vegas, including Beverly Green, John S. Park, Huntridge, Hillside Heights, Francisco Park, and Crestwood. We formed a handful of years ago to work together to face our challenges, one of which is responding to illegal short-term rentals in our neighborhood. So as you know, we've been at the front and center of the short-term rental issue in our downtown neighborhoods where the majority of short-term rentals do occur. We've seen the proliferation in our neighborhoods as well as the decreasing supply of available long-term rentals and homes to purchase in an area that has really historically provided affordable options for lots of different incomes. We've also worked with the city in the past and supported the last major update to this ordinance and continue to work with code enforcement and business licensing on enforcing these short-term rentals. So we did speak at your recommending committee, so I won't repeat all of that, but we do support the ordinance today.
Thank you very much for coming down. Appreciate it. Okay, anyone else? Okay, let's move along then, and we'll bring those forward. And so I'm going to ask you if you would do you have the reports that we can move on? Okay, let me, Okay, for possible action, any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And Councilwoman Fiore, if you would do me the honor on that, please.
Thank you. The following items have been requested to be held in abeyance, withdrawn, or stricken. Agenda item 34 to 34E, 22-0172-GPA1, Zone 1, Soup 1, Soup 2, and SDR 1 on 1.80 acres at the northeast corner of Kyle Canyon Road and Schomburg Road. We're going to obey that until September 21st, 2022. Agenda item 38 and 38B, 22-0272-ZON1, SDR 1 on 1.12 acres at the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Dyke Lanes, APNS 13929704023, 024, and 025. We're going to obey that until September 21st, 2022, requested by the applicant on both of those. And then agenda item 10.
Just hold off. I misspoke a second ago, ma'am. After this item, then we'll deal with the consent items and we'll pull that. Sorry about that.
Okay.
And that's your
my motion.
Could you
Madam
put your mic back on and say that?
And that's my motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Please vote on the motion and please post. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to agenda item 9 and items 9 through 20. On the consent agenda, considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on items 14 through 17 because one of my sons is engaged in the marijuana-related businesses, but I'll be voting on all other items. I would like to, at this point, then, is it here appropriate to, if you would?
Madam Mayor, on item 10, we're going to pull bid number 220179, MC, and we're going to take it off consent for discussion, and that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. And items 9 through 20, with the exception of agenda item 10 on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, recommended for approval, as I read. And so there is a motion. Would you please vote? And please post. Thank you very much. Okay, and at this point, let me go to 10. It's an abeyance item for possible action to approve the award of bid number 220179MC synthetic turf resurfacing replacement to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Departments of Parks and Recreation. Award recommended to Sprint Turf LLC, not to exceed $4 million annually. Total contract amount not to exceed $20 million. Parks and Leisure Activity Capital Project Fund awards. So I would like to invite our Director of,
Mayor, our Purchasing Manager, Tanya Kemble, and obviously our City Attorney, Brian Scott, are going to speak first, I believe.
Okay, so let's hear from our attorney. Mr. Scott.
Good morning, Your Honor. City Attorney Brian Scott, for the record.
And I'm Tanya Kemble. I'm the Purchasing and Contracts Manager, for the record. And if I may, I can talk through how we did the bid process and how we structured the contract, and then I can go and discuss comments that were made at the previous council meeting that resulted in this item being held in abeyance. That's all right.
Okay, and with you, I see is, would you announce yourself as well, sir, please?
Sure. Excuse me. Steve Ford, Director of Parks and Recreation.
Thank you very much.
So there are two portions of state law that govern purchasing activities for the city. One is NRS 332, which governs local government purchases, and one is NRS 338, which covers public works. Under Public Works, if you do a job under 338, one of the requirements is that it must have stamped and sealed designs, and also it allows for a discretion of the city to determine what is maintenance, and they are discouraged from using NRS 338 for things that are deemed routine maintenance. So we made the decision to bid this out under NRS 332. And in order to do that, the law requires that we award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. And responsive is deemed that they met all of our document requirements. They submitted everything in the way and timely that we asked them to do. And the responsible part is, do they have appropriate licensure? How's their past performance? Are they financially stable to do it? What are their qualifications? And so we look at that and we vet all of that. In this case, there were two companies that submitted. One was Sprint Turf LLC, and the other one was CB&G, which Mr. Parker represents. CB&G is a wholly owned subsidiary of Hellas Construction, which is based out of Austin, Texas, and Sprint Turf LLC is based in South Carolina. And so the bids came in, and Sprint Turf is the lowest. We originally estimated that it may cost around $4 million to replace the artificial turf fields that most need to be replaced. Some of them are in bad shape, and we wanted to take care of that. So we estimated $4 million. Lucky for us, the low bid from Sprint Turf LLC came in at $3 million to replace those first fields. The bid was structured so that everything was given to us in a square footage. We let them know the different size fields. They gave us a square footage price that would involve them removing what's existing and then installing the new turf. So it is maintenance, and it is pretty routine. You've heard the analogy. It's like when we replace carpet. We pull it up, move it out, put the new stuff in. And so that is what we're doing with this bid. The issue of their licensure came up multiple times over the process of trying to award this bid. The first one came before a formal protest was issued, because if you look at Sprint Turf's Nevada State Contractor's License for Landscaping, it's a C10. There is a comment on it that it's limited to artificial turf installation, and the company gave a call to a member of my staff who was handling this bid and said, you need different licensure to do both installation and removal. So we emailed the contractors board, and we did receive an informal response that said a C10 license is only required for landscaping jobs totaling over $1,000, and there's only the C10 license that is needed for both installation and removal. So it is sufficient licensure to do the work that fits the scope of this bid. The initial protest filed by Mr. Parker's firm was timely, and I gave him the determination. I think he misunderstood some of the things that I said, part of that being that there's no licensure required under $1,000 and only a C10 is required over $1,000. I think he thinks that they were only licensed to do jobs under $1,000, which I think is the source of some of this confusion. So we have that in writing. The first protest comes in timely. I give him a determination. There is a city resolution that then says how he can have administrative appeal. His second letter back to me was not timely, and so he does not have administrative appeal. But as a professional courtesy, I did call the contractors board. We discussed this with them again, independent of my office calling them. The city attorney's office also called and spoke to members of the state contractors board, and we all came to a sufficient conclusion that this is appropriate licensure.
Thank you. And if you, Mr. Ford, anything to add to that before I turn it over to Mr. Scott? No.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so the other things that we look at are, okay, we've made this determination, but to validate that what we're doing is correct, we look to other public agencies. And Mr. Parker's firm also made the assertion that a contractor's A license was needed for this work, which is general engineering. The firm he represents has a number of contractor's license because they support the specific lines of business that they do, which involves much larger construction projects than just landscaping. And so we look to what other agencies have done. Within this time, Sprint Turf has completed a job for Clark County. They are awarded jobs with from CCSD and the City of Sparks. We have had past performance with Sprint Turf, and they have always performed admirably, and we have no complaints with their service or anything that they have done for us in the past. Yesterday, the issue came up as to where they are headquartered. They are, in fact, headquartered out of state. They do have a local presence. You are all given a letter, and I can supply one for the record, that states the intent of Sprint Turf. They have 4 full-time employees in Nevada that will work on this job. Additionally, they intend to pull 2 apprentices from the SNLTT Laborers Local 872, and then they might need 6 to 8 people, and so if there's 8 people, 6 of those people will probably be Nevada residents, and maybe a couple are not.
And has there been a delay to moving this forward? I know in the mayor's office we had been getting complaints, which always worried me about accidents and children. Are we on our schedule or no?
And that's something Mr. Ford can answer for you, Mayor.
Good morning, Steve Ford, Director of Parks and Recreation. We are a little bit behind schedule at this point because of the delay on this. It was debated at the last meeting. We will try to make that up as we move forward. I also want to just carry on with Tanya's comments that since 2014, we've had 19 fields replaced by this contractor. So it's not like they're new. It's not like they are coming in fly-by-night. We've worked with them for the last 6, 7, 8 years.
And all just pulling up and replacement?
Has been fine. We've had great success with them.
Okay, Mr. Scott.
And Mayor, I agree with everything Ms. Kimball said. I provided you today with a list of those 19 different past contracts that Sprint Turf has done for the city, as well as a letter dated August 16th, 2022 from Sprint Turf indicating that they would be pulling local employees. I'll provide copies of that to the clerk for the record. In addition, I know there was some issue with regard to whether or not prevailing wage was something that was supposed to be done in this job. If you look at NRS 338.011, it talks about the fact that the requirements of that chapter do not apply to a contract, one, awarded in compliance with Chapter 332, which is what we bid this project under, and which is directly related to the normal operation of the public body or the normal maintenance of its property, which is what we also have in this situation. Okay. So we've taken a look at this in my office, and we believe that we are in compliance with the law, and we believe that you're able to go forward with this, with this bidder.
At this point, if you wouldn't go too far away, I'd like to call, we do have Lou DeSalvio, if you want to come back up and finish your comments, if you're here. And yes, he is. And then we have a card from Theodora Parker. And then anybody else who wanted to make comment on this, please come forward. So we'll start with Mr. DeSalvio. Planning Commission, actually.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, council members. I was thinking before I came down there how much I enjoyed coming to these meetings.
Well,
I really enjoy the ceremonial
your name,
parts
please.
of it. It's Teddy Parker. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm surprised by some of the comments made by Ms. Kimball because the things she said today are not articulated in her letter of May 26, 2022, nor are they a part of the actual scope provided to the bidders. The scope doesn't mention 5.1, I'm looking at the scope of work, which is an exhibit I provided to Ms. Kimball, to my letter. 5.1 says the summary of the scope. The word maintenance is never mentioned there, not once. In her letter of May 26, 2022, the word maintenance is not mentioned there. It seems that her position has pivoted from one of addressing the licensure to one of trying to find a maintenance position to take. That's not what this scope of work is about. I've never heard $20 million described as maintenance. The first year is looking at $4 million. Again, not maintenance. And then if you look at the letter, and I wanted to make sure we were clear, Ms. Kimball believes, or at least suggests to this council, that I was confused about the licensure requirement. There's no confusion. There's no conflating here. $1,000 is what Ms. Kimball said in her letter of May 26, 2022. That would be the most that a C10 limited license can do for grading. We've provided that there's 650,000 square feet of grading that's a part of this. Of that amount, 62,000 is the value of the grading work. A C10 limited license cannot do 1,000 plus of grading work. You can't do it. The first thing it says here, and I'm reading from the city scope, it says the company shall be properly licensed by the law to do the type of work required for the services. There are 4 mentions here within your own scope of grading work. And I'll read the sections because it's amazing to me that none of this has come up. Section 5.14 says base. Base is grading. That's the actual soil beneath the artificial turf. Section 5.17D says again, preparation of the base. Again, grading. Section 5.19 says removal of base. Again, grading. I didn't hear Ms. Kimball at one point reference all of these sections in your own documents that says base, which is all grading. Now, one thing I pointed out to Ms. Kimball, and I didn't want to repeat it because I don't want to waste the council's time, but C10 limited license is what Sprint Turf has. And it says it's a general engineering license, and I hope this makes a lot of sense because the work that they did before, perhaps that work was allowed because they used to have an A license. Now, their A license was suspended. It was suspended when they submit their bid. I provided that copy from the Nevada State Contractors Board to Ms. Kimball, and now not only has it been suspended between the time we've met, it's been canceled. So perhaps they were able to do the work years ago because they actually had an A license, which they don't have anymore. And my client has an A license, a B license, a C10 license. All of the licenses required to do $20 million worth of work. This is not a maintenance project.
Thank you.
And I'm asking this council to do what's right. Comply with your own documents. And that's all we're asking.
Okay. Thank you for coming down
Of
and
course.
explaining
Thank you so much.
and giving us those citations. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council, Ludo Salvio for the record. So I listened to the testimony that was given by Teddy on the 17th. My day job, I pretty much follow all the municipalities of what award projects are coming down, so I can kind of keep an eye on them for my day job, which is basically policing prevailing wage projects. So your municipality, Boulder City, Clark County, all of them in Nevada. And after listening to what was testified that day in behalf of the licensing, I decided to do some research on this contractor because honestly, I've never heard of them before. To do 19 jobs and never heard of them in 32 years, that surprised me. But after pulling their certified payroll just on 13 weeks of one of the projects they've done, I found misclassification of workers. I find that they also have Nevada worker problems. State law, state law for NRS 338 requires that at least 50% of the workers must be from Nevada in order for them to qualify. Just on one project alone, they had 12 out-of-state workers and 4 Nevada workers. That's not 50%. So that's one problem. Okay. Then we have the abuse of apprenticeship. I have their own submitted certified payroll where they had apprentices on the property unsupervised. That's a blatant disregard of NRS 610 and the Nevada State Apprenticeship Council. That's a huge one right there in itself. I also have a possible wage claim violations because this project, again, their own submitted payroll has no leadership on it, no foreman, no general foreman. That's required by NRS 338 and NAC 338, which is another statute that should be mentioned here today. We also have I see no use of military. For a part of being on a prevailing wage job is your first person hired is necessarily supposed to be a military person or even somebody that had been incarcerated at one point in time. And you could find that under NRS 338.130. The proper licensing is another issue. So I kind of dug into that. So I have 6 items alone just that violate certified payroll. And I am going to file a complaint with the Labor Commission. I have reached out to the Labor Commission as we do business all day, every day. And I cannot submit my claim and my protest until October 1st when the wage rates come open. It's the state's way of saying you have a 30-day window if you find any problems on a prevailing wage job, that is your time to submit, so that way they can tackle whatever problems all at once. My hands are tied, or I would have had already submitted come July 20th when I found all this information out. They would have already been served with a complaint. This is huge stuff because these are people that are coming into our community, taking jobs from our local contractors and taking jobs from our local workforce. And I can tell you right now, probably wards 1, 3, and 5 would be the most hard hit because that's most of the people that make up the working construction crafts in the state, in Southern Nevada.
Thank you.
So I would hope that you would take into consideration that you could see what's going on with the licensing, and you could see what's going on with the workers, and maybe I can ask you to either reconsideration of awarding this today or at least obey it long enough for the Labor Commissioner to make a determination on all these allegations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would give
Yes, excuse me. We're good. Yes, I've opened it up, so if you have a question, we'll go to you. Please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm reading this letter from SPR Turf, SPR and Turf, and Mr. Del Salvio, it literally says in their letter that the union in which Sprint Turf pulls from our apprentices for synthetic turf projects in Nevada is the Southern Nevada LTT Laborers Local 872, and you are saying that they're not using 50% workers. What does that mean?
Okay, so as you know, as a former legislature, in the NRS statute it states that, and that was, I believe, at that time was the speaker was Marilyn Kilpatrick, pushed for 50% of the workforce, because if you remember, before the Raiders came here, work in construction was dismal other than prevailing wage. So we had to do something in order to keep contractors from out of state coming in, taking the money from the state and taking it back to their hometown instead of spending it here in our community and using our local workforce. So she put it together in that statute that 50% of the workforce must be from Nevada to at least ensure that people from this state will get to work. And if you could see, based on the certified payroll, and I'd love to submit it, but this whole packet is ready to go to the Labor Commissioner's office. Just on this one project alone, they had 12 out-of-state workers and 4 local. And one of them was an apprentice out of the floor covering local. So it's huge. This is the stuff that I look for as for the fair contracting. And you got to understand, I'm made up. My organization that I represent is made up from union and non-union contractors. So it's not a union thing here. This is just a taxpayer fair wage for the workers thing. And that's what I look for. Are they paid correctly? Did they submit correctly? Is there any violation? This job alone, they said they did the entire project of replacing this. Let me give you an example of what Teddy was talking about. This project alone was bid for Paul Meyer Park, Desert Breeze Park, Shadow Rock Park for synthetic turf replacement. And the only craft they have out of everybody on that job is floor covering. I've been in construction for 32 years. You're going to tell me you didn't need an operating engineer? You're going to tell me you didn't need a carpenter for layout? You need these crafts in order to get this job done. You cannot say you did this entire project with a floor covering. And a floor covering guy is a guy who lays carpet.
Okay.
And let me, if I can, also allude to something as well.
And I want to ask Mr. Parker, because your hand was up, you wanted to say something else. But I think, and having heard the Planning Commission meeting on it, and do want to hear from the city. So, but Mr. Parker, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to say something regarding one of the, I don't know if it was a criticism or just maybe a remark, but CG&B may be currently wholly owned by Hellas, but CG&B has been in town, they started here. For over 20 some odd years, I've represented them, and they were in business before I started representing them. They're all local. That's number one. So that comment about Hellas coming in, they did purchase them, but all their people are local. They've been in Southern Nevada since the beginning. So that's one thing. The other thing is, and this is something you said, Mayor, you won't lose a second of time. Your scope and your bid process allows for this city to make a decision and pivot to the next lowest bidder, which is CG&B. We're ready to go. You will not miss a second in terms of getting the work done.
Thank you. And if you would, Ms. Kimball, Mr. Scott, please. And Mr. Ford. And Mr. Lewis, maybe.
Do you want to speak first?
Yeah, come on, Tim. City Attorney Brian Scott for the record. Mayor, and I'm hoping this is not going to be the norm for these bid projects. You know, as you know, there's a specific bid process. One of those processes involves a protest period. The protest period has long exhausted itself. So all of the comments made here today are irrelevant to this process because the protest period is already over. We've already told you that prevailing wage does not apply to this project because it involves maintenance. And so I'll let Tanya and Mr. Ford direct the rest.
So if I can speak to some of the comments, I made the distinction between 332 and 338 because both gentlemen keep referencing NRS 338 to back up their claims, but that does not govern this bid, and so that's why I made the distinction. I can also tell you, I can read from you my response to Mr. Parker, and I could submit this for the record if you like, but I said, Andrew Bone of CG&B did contact Ms. Myra Corral to express his opinion that Sprint Turf had an inadequate license. Myra contacted the Nevada State Contractors Board and confirmed that installation and removal of artificial turf only requires a C10 license if the value of the contract is greater than $1,000. An A license is not required.
Okay. So I would ask you to give it to the clerk so we have a
Absolutely.
permanent record that we
Absolutely.
Okay, and
Oops.
so
Actually, may I have this for 1 second too?
No.
I also wanted to read from you per Nevada Administrative Code NAC 624.280, the licensure of a C10. The first sentence says, a person who holds a classification C10 license may grade and prepare plots of land for architecture, horticulture, et cetera, et cetera. So the only limitation on the C10 license from Sprint Turf is that they're limited to artificial turf. They can't do natural landscaping. It's only artificial. I believe those were. There is a representative from Sprint Turf that's also here if you would like to ask any questions about the company. As far as the prevailing wage claims, that was for unrelated projects. They're not city projects that were spoken about. They didn't come up. There were no claims that came up during our due diligence. It sounds like it's an ongoing investigation, but again, it contemplates things that are outside the scope of NRS 332.
Right, and I know our legislature has great arms out there, and I know we all want to employ our own people, but in fact, with the timing and everything else that you've clearly explained, this has followed the format and process legally that it should have done and is in compliance. The recommendation for this item is clear and according to NRS.
And that's correct. I think there's one more thing that needs to be clarified on the record.
Yes.
I know Mr. Lewis has something, so I want to hear what he's... No.
Sprint Turf, I did want to speak to one other piece. I'm so sorry. Sprint Turf did have an A contractor's license, which is general engineering, and upon recommendation of the Nevada Contractors Board, they opted not to renew that license, which is why they no longer have it, because it is not needed for their lines of business. The other business has lots of licensure that supports the other activities that they have.
And so going forward, were there any contracts out there that would require grading or something else? They would not be eligible because they don't have the A license.
We would evaluate the criteria of the scope of the bid and look for the appropriate licensure. And we did look, and some of the jobs that I mentioned that were awarded through public agencies were awarded after they chose not to renew their A license. So they were awarded under the same licensure.
Everything you're saying does comply, and what was brought up, certainly I'm sure we agree with. We would love to have only Nevadans employed, all of this, but in compliance with NRS, this is what we're looking at right now. That's and correct. The licensure for this project, and that's what we're concerned with. And so I think all the points, though, that have been raised are very interesting for consideration on future, and I often wonder, because we have artificial turf, it has a life of, I think, 6 to 8 years or something. Am I going to have to get somebody in to regrade the land or whatever in the future? So I think the points are well taken for us to understand for future projects. But we are in compliance, and your recommendation legally, we are in total compliance.
You are in
with what-
compliance, Mayor, and as we said before, they've done 19 jobs for the city since 2014, and there's been no problems.
And so where did the A license go? What year did that?
So it was
Someone from Sprint Turf
2021.
here, if you'd like to talk
what?
with it as well.
Their license was up for renewal in November of 2021, and that's when they chose not to
Okay.
renew it.
So from 14 to 21, they had the license, so we don't have to worry about them. So questions, comments?
Sprint Turf up.
Yes, wait, if I might. Yes, please. Councilman Knudsen.
Thank you, Mayor. And maybe this is a question for you, Mr. Scott. I'm just curious because Mr. DeSalvio brought up some good points about prevailing wage, and I understand it's not within the purview of this particular contract, but I'm just curious if there are issues found at the Labor Commission at a later point. How does that impact the city's relationship with a vendor?
Again, City Attorney Brian Scott, Councilman, those are on other jobs. First of all, they're only allegations. They haven't been proven. They haven't been submitted to the administrative body, which determines that. So I don't know if I could even make a determination on that right now until such time as those claims are submitted. And if so, maybe they'll be considered to be a non-eligible bidder at a later date. But right now, they're fine.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Creer, back to you, Councilwoman, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I've been on the end of applying to my personal business of many government RFPs and contracts, and won some, lost a lot. It's never easy to lose. You always think you're the best candidate for the job. But and as much as high-level respect I have for Mr. Parker, I think he's an excellent attorney and is working hard for his client. It seems as though we have a situation where the contractors board has said that they have the proper licensure, whatever that may be. I know nothing about contracting. I can't tell you between A, B, C, all these other things that are in discussion, even though those things are not in purview in this particular house that we are in today. Contractors board says that they have the proper licensure. The city attorney has said that we are in compliance from a legality standpoint. My purchasing department seems like they have done their extreme due diligence in defending whatever decision was made on what's going on. We have a company that has worked for the city for the past 6-7 years, has done 19 different fields over the course of their tenure here. They are the lowest and responsible bidder. I don't believe that we are in a position to overturn this decision. I don't think there's any information that would indicate that anything is illegal, especially based off of our city attorney. Now, that doesn't mean that once this decision is made at this body, that litigation might take place afterwards, and all the other issues that come about will be faced by whomever that is, contractors board, a licensing board, whomever. But I don't think that the issues that were brought in front of us in terms of the structure of the company, in terms of their business practices, are what's at stake here and on the agenda item here. And I just wanted to say that. And look, they could be I'm sure they're a great company, do a lot of great work, but this is not the purview to litigate the business practices of this particular company. And it seems like you all have done your homework. So thank you.
Councilman Fiore, please.
Yeah. Thank you. So, number one, I respect all of the work that you put in, and I don't like any delays with the city. However, being a former legislature, I understand 338 and I understand 332, NRS. And you guys are deciding to take this job under NRS 332, which basically doesn't bind you to the NRS 338, which the NRS 338 is 50% of the work. And I'm not, prevailing wage, I don't care about that at all. What I do care about is our Nevadans and our Nevada workers. I've got the brightest standing in front of me, so it's really unlikely that I would ever argue against my people. You are my people, right? But I will always argue for the constituents of the city of Las Vegas. And so with that, because this is really in question, this is the first time this is really going in front of me, I don't feel comfortable with voting to grant this. I would feel much more comfortable either obeying it to figure out what's really going on here, because I have a brilliant attorney, Mr. Parker, pointing out several inconsistencies with licensing. I've had phone calls that, you said that they have a presence here. It's, an office space that they're renting from a subcontractor in Reno. I mean, I have a lot of different information on the company that we've been using for all of these years. And let me tell you, just because we've been using them for all of these years, and just because they're doing a great job, doesn't mean maybe they just haven't got caught, okay? So I would, and I get we don't have time, we need this turf changed, but I am not comfortable just, structuring this whole argument under NRS 332, which gives the city the ability to have a contractor in our city and not hire one Nevadan. Even though you said, yeah, they've got 4, that means, if they have 16 and they've got 4, they're not even at the 50%. So I don't know how we ignore one NRS to do what we want under another NRS. And as a former legislature, unfortunately and fortunately, I understand both. So I'm just not comfortable moving forward with this, and I would prefer obeying it until we get it, or, if that's not how the council is, my suggestion is to just make sure that this due diligence is done. And so I don't know if you're open, Madam Mayor, to obeying it.
Well, at this point, I want to hear from Councilwoman Diaz, and we certainly do understand about project labor agreements and all of that, and are proud of our unions and every single one of them and the workmen, and couldn't agree more with Councilwoman on taking care of our Nevadans. But we are in compliance. This issue on our turf, I've had so many calls in the mayor's office over these past 2 years about we need replacement. My son fell, and you look at the exposure of children that can get hurt if we don't do it, and understanding from staff here now that we are behind already in this, because I know I've been calling staff probably at least for 8 months, 10 months. We have got to get these done soon, and we can't keep pushing it down, which addresses what you're asking for. But being assured from legal that we are in compliance and that this company is in compliance, we would like them, the companies that come in here only hire Nevadans and veterans and people who need work. We were shut down, for heaven's sakes. For 2 whole years, we were shut down with nothing coming in. So it really doesn't take much to look down the road and say, boy, we have been scrambling to get people back to work and get our people an ability to pay their bills. So, Councilwoman Diaz, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And knowing that we've been talking about changing the turf and how it's reached its age, and I do concur with the mayor that we have to also look at the liability that we may be facing with not having our soccer fields up to par. We know they're a hot commodity. We know they're in constant use. Having heard from Mr. DeSalvio, yes, a lot of the folks who work on these projects probably live and, recreate also in Ward 3. So I do take, his claims seriously, but I do want to articulate what's in the Sprint Turf letter, and I do want Sprint Turf to step up and do better by us, because it is a significant amount if this bid moves forward that they are gaining from. $3 million is nothing, it's not a small money, and I would want to see some of that trickle back into our community. So per their letter from their Vice President, Mark Bellumini, it says the union in which Sprint Turf pulls from for our apprentices for synthetic turf projects is Nevada Laborers Local 872, just like Councilwoman Fiore alluded to. And then in the next line it says turf crews A turf crew for fields is normally 6, but because of the square footage of the fields they're about to do, we will pull 2 apprentices from the local union on these jobs, and 6 of the 8 on the job will be Nevada local. I want to make clear to Sprint Turf, they need to be Vegas local as much as we can, because we need to be growing our own here in the city of Las Vegas. We need to be giving opportunity to our own folks here, and I know it's great to sometimes bring someone from another place, but my hope is that eventually they grow this team to be from Vegas so that we have the best scenario for everyone. We have our labor folks happy, we have jobs, and we as a city are giving back jobs to our folks that live in our city bounds. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Please, you must have some relationship to this item.
I do. My name is Logan Tucker. I am a sales representative for Sprint Turf from the region.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment that this is a very important project to us, not only this, but also the future of the fields in Las Vegas and surrounding areas. As I think Councilmember Creer mentioned, the previous 19 jobs went very well for us. We always adhere to whatever qualifications there are. As we've discussed many times, we certainly qualify for everything that's listed in the scope of work and all the licensures and everything that goes in relation to that. I speak for the rest of my team, our install team. We definitely pull from the local labor union, but we also have full-time employees in the state of Nevada that contribute to this install and the previous installs that have been done by our team. I'm welcome to any questions you guys have for myself, or if I can address anything else.
Where are you from?
I myself live in Irvine.
Irvine, California?
Correct.
Welcome to Las Vegas.
So my teammate who is in charge of this project lives in Reno. He couldn't make it. He had a family emergency. So I jetted over this morning so I could cover for him and be here and represent our team.
Okay, unless there are any other comments, I think we have the clarity, and I really do know Mr. Parker's reputation for excellence in what he is doing, but certainly our very wonderful local 872. We certainly know how important they are to the very heartbeat of our community and have built it. But going with the staff's thoroughness in this and reporting and believing in the veracity of what they've said, and if in fact they would never do anything, their purpose is to help the council with the truth of what they professionally have assured us as the fact. So at this point I'm going to turn over to Mayor Pro Tem, who is going to make a motion of which I'm not certain.
I'll move to approve item number 10.
Okay. There's a motion to approve agenda item number 10, and please vote. And that motion carries. So I want to thank you. I want to thank Mr. DeSalvio, Mr. Parker, everybody else that's been involved in this, and just look to the future of what we're doing. But the criticalness of the timing of these fields, I can't tell you how, having been and seen some of them, they're not good. And I don't know, as we go forward in this country with artificial turf for longer life and better life for it, that we really stay on top of the research of the quality of what we're buying. Some of these fields haven't been 10 years in. And so what are we buying, and how does that, the material, and certainly for your company, and every company needs to get the best, because we do not want to waste taxpayer dollars. But we need people at work, and we need them. When can we get to work on this? No, timing's everything. These fields, some of them are in an abysmal state.
Madam Mayor, with this award, we will put together the schedule as soon as possible to get things going. I'd like to see things moving within the next month or two as it gets through the agreement and all of the award processes. So hopefully within the next couple of months we'll start moving grass.
And without a great deal of time, effort, and energy, could you advise council which fields are being done in which order, and then which fields remain? Just the list is fine, because what concerns
I can provide that, Madam Mayor. We've got the list We have 39 total fields. The first ones that will be going in are Field 6 and 7 at Kellogg-Zaire, Fields 1 and 2 at Ed Fountain, and then next year, hopefully we'll get the Stupak Park in Ward 3 completed early part of next year.
So the international tournament that we have, the Mayor's Cup Soccer Cup, those fields you were looking at first because they're coming back here in
Yes.
September, then
Yes.
they're here in February?
Yeah, we probably won't have them done for that initial Mayor's Cup because most of the fields.
Well, they like the real turf.
But they like the real turf. They're at
Right.
Betty Wilson. Most of those are at Betty Wilson. We use those. We do use the ones at Kellogg-Zaire. We'll work around the programming to make sure that we can accommodate everyone.
And the last thing would be the local, obviously the local parts and then the pocket parts. If you look at the pocket parts, more of those are more recently done.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would imagine, but if you would, so thank you very much. Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One more question about the actual material of the turf. That fake grass gets really, really hot when you put your foot on it barefoot. Is there a new, is there something that's a bit cooler material?
Do you want to address that one?
There are options available, depending on the scope of work and what's being spec'd out, specified for the actual field. Will determine ultimately the temperature that's out there. But yes, there are options that provide a cooler synthetic turf.
We did do a pilot at Baker Park with a different type that we're still kind of evaluating on how that works over this last summer. So yes, there are some options. You were not seated at the time, but several years ago, we actually had UNLV come out and do a heat study on our synthetic turf fields, and we have that information. And yes, they do get warm during the day. That's the nature of the type of synthetic and the rubber infill. So what we are changing, or what we've looked at, we did a pilot at Baker, was to put in a different type of infill, and we're evaluating that now.
That's good, because I have 7 grandchildren that like running around barefoot, but it gets too hot for their feet. So, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Walt. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Parker and Mr. DeSalvio. We'll move on to agenda item 21, discussion for possible action regarding the exclusive negotiation agreement, ENA, between the City of Las Vegas and McCormick Barron Salazar, Inc., MBS, for the property known as Desert Pines Golf Course located at 3415 East Bonanza Road to determine the feasibility and development plan for the 101-acre site. This is in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of Council. Ryan Smith, Director of Economic and Urban Development for the record. I'm excited today to bring forward this exclusive negotiating agreement between the City of Las Vegas and McCormick Barron Salazar, Inc. for the redevelopment of Desert Pines Golf Course. Today, representing McCormick Barron Salazar is Ms. Jennifer Lazovich, who will be introducing the clients for this project. Before I turn it over to her, I did want to thank a few different people for their efforts in this. One, I know that this project was kind of visualized by Councilwoman Diaz in the City Manager's office, and this is, I believe, going to be a really unique, very needed project for Southern Nevada. Also want to thank the teams associated with putting together this ENA so quickly after the RFP was conducted and NBS was ultimately selected to move forward to explore this project. Tracy Reich from my team, Marco Vallata, Kathy Thomas, Tom Perigo, the whole city attorney's office, purchasing, as well as the great team at NBS for getting this done so quickly and on this agenda. Just in terms of the ENA itself, it is going to be a 6-month term. There are 2 90-day extensions as part of this agreement, mutually agreed upon, and this will give the client enough time to determine the feasibility and the development plan specifically for this site, and we'll also be discussing the terms of the disposition and development agreement. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Lazovich to introduce the client.
Thanks, Ryan. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today on behalf of McCormick Barron Salazar. Good morning, Mayor. I wanted to just do a brief presentation for you to give you an idea of who your partner at MBS is going to be. The presentation will tell you a little bit about the history of their company, as well as highlight a couple of key projects that they've done around the country. I just want to state for myself and on behalf of the firm, we're honored to be part of this project in Ward 3. It's very exciting to imagine this vision. So with that, let me introduce Vince Bennett. He is the president and CEO of MBS, as well as Daniel Falcone, who is the senior vice president and managing director for West Coast operations. The one final thing that I will say before I turn it over is we want to thank Tom, Tracy, and Peter for meeting with us yesterday. We've already had a kickoff meeting. We do have an aggressive schedule to bring this vision back to you, but we think we can do it with the partnership with the city, and for that we thank you.
Welcome. We're excited about this. This has been on our palette for probably 15 years or more, and so we're holding our breath.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. My name is Vincent Bennett. I'm the CEO and president of McCormick, Barron Salazar. I've been with the company 30 years, and next year we'll be celebrating our 50th year in business.
I want to know what they've done to you. You've turned gray from this picture. Is this a good employment?
It's been never a dull moment, but we're in 28 states, including Puerto Rico and USVI, and our focus is on partnerships with the public. And the focus of our company is on community transformation and with a specific goal towards family and children's success. So joining me is Dan Falcone. He's based in Los Angeles. We're headquartered in St. Louis, but 98% of our work is across the country, as you can see by this map. We've been involved in over 25,000 homes, over $5 billion in total investment, and 49 years going on 50 years. And the firm was founded by Richard Barron, who is a public legal aid attorney, and just thought that communities deserved opportunities in terms of, not only good housing, good quality housing, but communities that have and build around assets that are there. And so our mission is to transform places into communities where all people can thrive. So I'm going to invite Dan to just share some of our work in other places, and glad to answer questions.
Wonderful, and I see it's your first venture into Nevada.
This will be our very first.
And what brought you to this point?
Well, we don't focus on transactions. We focus on relationships, and we're not vertically integrated, so we look to partner with community organizations, business, and we look to have a long-term relationship. And so when the opportunity presented itself in terms of its scale and opportunity, it's very complex and complicated, but we're committed to work with community partners to help realize the vision. And the city has done tremendous work already, and we think we can help bring not only our skills and talents, but also resources to help leverage that.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you, Vince. Daniel Falcone with McCormick, Barron Salazar, and really want to build on what Mr. Bennett was chatting about. Really the leadership that we help bring to development and diversity that comes within our staff and the people we look to engage. We look to also engage the community to go over and ensure that whatever we're proposing and is ultimately adopted will have a community support. I'd like to note that our team selection prioritizes hiring local firms, and we're doing that as part of our process here for this, including professionals as well as the construction teams that will be on the project, and we're going to keep that moving forward in a positive direction. Our developments always incorporate sustainability as an issue. For this development, we're looking at doing LEED Gold as a minimum level that we'll be building to, not just the buildings, but also for the neighborhood. We've done, are in process of completing 11 LEED neighborhood developments. Those are larger neighborhood communities, as well as also incorporate LEED buildings in each of those neighborhoods. And so we're happy to say that this will be our 12th project we're doing to that standard, and look forward to that. In terms of our capacity, we've again done about $5 billion in development, utilizing a variety of different financial resources, including low-income housing tax credits, private debt, federal grants, state and local government grants, and also partnering with local foundations and corporations. Some of the work we've done, Santa Cecilia Development in Los Angeles, this one help celebrate a local community, neighborhood, and some of the artwork that's there. We had engaged by local artists, and we'll be looking to do similar type of things here in this development to ensure we reflect the community and the community desire. Larger scale, Taylor Yard development. This was a mixed use, mixed income, and mixed product type of neighborhood that includes low-income housing rentals for families, low-income housing for seniors, market rate, for-sale product, and commercial space. We also have an innovative water catchment system that we built. We were one of the first to do this system at scale in Los Angeles. And up in Sacramento, California, we're doing a redevelopment of a public housing site. That's about 418 units that will also incorporate a mix of family incomes from public housing through market rate. And we look forward to working on this city adopted plan for Desert Pines. We think it's a quality plan that will look to support and the vision that was brought together to do a mixed income, mixed use that includes both rental and ownership developments, as well as open space and very sustainable in its whole process. So we thank you for that.
Thank you. Those other projects you've done, what's the largest undertaking, acreage-wise? I mean, I know land in Los Angeles, a little modest, but...
We've done 100-plus acres in New Orleans, San Antonio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as well as in Minneapolis.
And of those, which would be the most recent so that we can Google and take a look?
Heritage, with the most recent, the most comparable is Minneapolis. The most recent would be Galveston in Texas, San Antonio. And our most current work probably is in Puerto Rico, working with the government there on 3 large sites.
And ever before taking over a project like our acre site down there, our Desert Pines, are they always vacant and in the heart of a community, or you've done exterior land beyond the community?
We don't do any suburban development. We do urban, adjacent to downtown cores, as well as in proximity in many communities that are looking for additional investment and building upon assets. We also leverage new market tax credits. We're a 14-time recipient of new market tax credits. I believe Nevada continues to be underserved in that area, and I think there's some opportunities to also drive those resources as well as other resources in community facilities. So we often focus on early childhood facilities, workforce, and other community facilities. We've partnered with Boys and Girls Clubs and Ys across the country, so finding resources to try to help support existing nonprofits and local community agencies is something that we tend to focus on as well.
Wonderful. Does Desert Pines qualify as an opportunity zone, even though much of Ward 3 does?
Madam Mayor Ryan-Smith, I do not believe that the Desert Pines course is actually within the opportunity zone boundaries. It's just outside the RDA.
Right.
But I will say we have looked at a lot of different creative financing options, and again, one of the pros of bringing a group like MBS into this development and actually into Southern Nevada is that we export expertise into how to actually pull off a project of this scale, and so I think that's what the city is really excited about in this partnerships. But there are a lot of creative financing tools that will be eligible for this project.
Even though
yes.
this is beyond, there's no way to make a plea to pull that in after the fact because it's being turned into a totally different use than it was originally intended?
Yeah, Madam Mayor Ryan-Smith, to my knowledge, once the state, when the whole Opportunity Zone bill came out in 2017, they had to submit the census tracts. I do believe in the future there will be some maybe re-triggering of the look of those census tracts, but as of right now, local governments or state governments can't change the qualified opportunity zone tracts.
Okay, because it seems like a natural, knowing its initial purpose, and now it's totally different and so needed. and it's an exciting venture for us. And looking at your projects and successes in the past and how you've integrated into the community is phenomenal. So, Councilman Creer or Mayor Pro Tem, any questions, comment here?
Thank you, Mayor. One, I envy Councilwoman Diaz on this particular project. As a native of Las Vegas and spent a lot of time on that part of town and playing the Gold Golf Course and just hanging out there for various things. It's going to be great to see this project come out of the ground. What is the total price tag scope of this particular project?
We're still looking at the different development costs and project, and it'll be determined by the type of development and the unit mix. But on scale, we're looking probably at $500 million plus.
And are you all the developers of it, and then you'll have other builders come in and operate you'll master plan it, and then you'll, like we do for any master plan communities, and maybe we'll have Lennar, KB Homes, or whomever doing projects within this particular. You guys aren't the builders, correct?
Correct, with a little bit of clarification. We will be the developers. We don't have our own construction company. We will engage a local Las Vegas construction company. We will include different partners, including a home builder who specializes in that. That's not our specialty. Probably also a commercial developer, but we will focus on all the multifamily product and oversee that development directly.
And potentially it could be multiple contractors and multiple home builders doing different projects and different things. Great. Sounds like a hell of a project. What a great undertaking.
It's exciting for us. Councilman Knutson, please, before we get down to Councilwoman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, a great product, great presentation. There are two questions. I may have missed them, so I apologize. I stepped out for a second. What are the income levels that you're targeting? I know it's mixed income, but I'm just curious if you could expand on that just a little bit about the income levels that the entire development is going to focus in on.
We're looking at a variety of income levels from approximately 30% of area median income up through market rate. The deeper affordability will depend on the amount of resources we can cobble together and engage other agencies with, but our goal is to go from 30% through market rate.
And then for on the multifamily, do you, in addition to being the developer, do you also manage those properties, or do you move to a management company?
Yeah, we have an affiliate, McCormick Barron Management, where we manage everything we build typically, and we manage about 25,000 units. So I like to say we put about 60,000 people to bed every night. So we take time to try and learn from that experience and incorporate those things in the new developments.
Perfect responses. Thank you, so.
Lucky lady.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, if my colleagues are super excited, then I'm beyond the stars and the moon, because it's just something that started as what if we could, and now it's really gaining momentum, and it's at that point where you have to pinch yourself because it really is starting to happen. So I know when you said gold lead over here, Mr. Perigo, Mr. Sustainability for the Cities, like, yay! One of our many wishes on that list that you have stepped up and said we can probably make this vision come into and be a reality for our city, for our community. I just want to say that I feel like there's so much alignment. I want to thank you for being interested in being a partner in this venture. I'm very optimistic about what we can achieve moving forward, and I just can't wait to see what the future holds for the 101 acres here, but most importantly for our families, for our kids, and for overall our community, because we know that's an important staple in our community. So with that, Madam Mayor, can I make the motion?
Could I ask one more question,
Go for it.
please, before you move?
Yes.
In a very positive manner, and knowing that you've got the 6 months, if this passes, with 2 extensions, you said?
Yes, Madam Mayor, two possible 90-day extensions.
Okay, well, you're dealing with the city, not any other governmental body, and so you're looking at, we have one of our council members who's excused and out of town. We move quickly and in the best interest of the community. So it's not having to check with a whole lot of other bodies. Wondering what would be your best timeline to see shovels in the ground? If all things not holding you to anything, but 1, 3, and 5 go up for re-election in 24, and there'll be a new mayor in 24. So time sometimes is of essence.
And our best plan at this moment is to have the E&A worked out in DDA terms in 6 months. We would go and start the horizontal construction in the third quarter of 23, and the first vertical phase in the fourth quarter of 23.
Can I add one thing, Mayor? But I still think it's good news. One of the things that drives our timeline is getting some master studies done, drainage, those kinds of studies. So we do have to get those in on prior projects that I've worked on that'll be coming to you soon. Your staff has moved quickly, but that's a threshold thing that we can't get to you with some agreements until we get those studies done. And they've already talked to an engineering firm and getting them on board, so we'll move quickly, but we do have to do some technical stuff too.
I do realize infrastructure takes priority. Okay, back to you, lucky Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll enthusiastically move agenda item 21 for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve, please vote and please post. Unanimous, of course. So good luck to you. We welcome you as part of the family, hopefully, and thank you, Ms. Lasevich.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and especially Councilman Diaz.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 22. Discussion for possible action on the proposed bill draft request to be submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau on behalf of the City of Las Vegas for the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature, 2023 session. This is in reference to all wards, and good morning, I think. Yes, good morning. Wow.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Randy Robison, Director of Government Affairs. Good to be with you. My goal today is to make this as quick and painless as possible for all of us. Let me start first by saying, recognizing the members of my team. We've been engaged in this process for the last several months, and they have done a ton of work with all of our departments, as well as your offices, your staff. We have Kelly Crompton, Zach Bucher, of course, whom everybody loves.
We love Kelly, too.
We love Kelly. I apologize, non-discriminatory. We love everybody. And, of course, Jackie Bruno.
And Jackie.
So real quickly, let me just kind of put this in context of why we're here today. There's a deadline of September 1st to submit bill draft requests to the Legislative Council Bureau. That's a deadline that was established by the legislature on behalf of the Legislative Council Bureau in order to help them manage the workload that goes into drafting legislation for a session. We have a couple of former legislators up there. They know this process well. And so it's not the last time we will have a discussion about legislative issues or bill drafts. It's simply a deadline that helps them manage their workload. So we have had many legislative discussions over the last several months with you all. We will continue to have those up to and through the legislative session. But this is kind of a formal kickoff for us in terms of our legislation. You see there's just some basic information. Due date is September 1. By mid-November, we have to have relatively final language submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau, and then they'll go to work making sure it fits their statutory framework. And then, of course, the session starts in early February. So the process that we went through to arrive at the bill draft proposal that we have to submit to you today involves several meetings over the last number of months with department directors and their teams, with you, with some of your staff. and then also with CMO team and city manager to try to flesh out what issues, if any, there were that needed to have legislation to help solve them, address them, improve them, those sorts of things. So we had lots of great discussions. We got generated a lot of topics to be considered and researched. And at the end of the day, as we went through the vetting process, several meetings back and forth with the CMO team, today we're presenting one BDR that flows out of the 2050 master plan that was recently adopted by this council just a few months ago. And it flows out of a concept in that plan that's typically referred to as transportation-oriented development. And that's pretty self-explanatory. But one of the tools related to TOD, transportation-oriented development, is this one that we're presenting. It's called the Transportation Housing Reinvestment Zone. Essentially what this does is look at transportation corridors within the city and evaluate where we think future growth may go so that we can design and support not only transportation infrastructure development, but all of the other development that happens along a transportation corridor. Economic development, business, housing, those sorts of things. So this would give us a tool to, along a transportation corridor, designate certain areas as a transportation and housing reinvestment zone. That would allow us to dedicate public financing as well as allow for some tax incentives that would support the growth around, think of it as a transportation hub. As we've discussed before, as the city sort of starts to bump up against the limits of available developable land, instead of growing out, we're going to have to start growing up. And in those cases, in cities around the world and around the country that become more urbanized, these sorts of transportation corridors develop, these sorts of transportation hubs naturally occur. And as we try to plan for our future growth, this tool would allow us to create those kinds of hubs that would increase the walkability of our city, of our neighborhoods. It would increase housing availability, not multi-level, multi-income housing opportunities, because people would naturally gravitate toward these hubs. They could hop on the rapid transit system, bus system, to get to work as opposed to taking a car. They could use it to get to entertainment, to dining, to shopping, those sorts of things, and then have housing within just a few blocks of that transportation hub. In terms of connecting it to your strategic plan, obviously it would fall in the economic development and diversification goal that you have. It would also fall in the healthcare goal that you have, increase walkability, decrease emissions, those sorts of things. So we think it's a good way to, again, help develop and accelerate our 2050 master plan. So that's the bill draft that we're presenting for your approval today. That's not the only issue, of course, that we will deal with or focus on. This upcoming legislative session, we anticipate a whole range of issues that will have an impact on the city. This list that you see before you, it's certainly not exhaustive nor exclusive, but these are the issues that we hear over and over again, not only in the press, in the media, but also through the legislative interim committee process, as well as the BDR list that has started to populate. As we go through the session, we'll continue to have discussions with you, with your staffs about these and many other issues, and seek your direction on those.
Wonderful.
In terms of next steps, should you approve this proposal today, our legal staff will, not mine, the city's legal staff, will go to work drafting the language. We'll submit it to the Legislative Council Bureau by the September 1st deadline. There'll probably be some versions back and forth to get the language just the way we think it ought to be, and then we'll start our work more earnestly, and then look to go to Carson City and get the job done. So with that, if you've got any questions, happy to answer them, and await your direction.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Robeson. Any questions, comments? I think we're good. We appreciate that. And do we need a motion on it to accept it as a report, or?
This is a discussion item on the one proposed BDR, so yes, we do need a motion and a vote. Jeff Dorkeg, Assistant City Attorney.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move to approve the recommendation for BDRs from the City of Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on agenda item 22. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 23. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 222-16. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2022-16, First Amendment, an ordinance to amend various sections of LVMC Chapter 6.75 pertaining to short-term residential rentals to conform to and incorporate various recently adopted provisions of state law, amend other provisions of LVMC Titles 4, 6, and 19 to make corresponding changes and provide for other related matters. And if I might, Madam Mayor, Jeff Dorkek, Assistant City Attorney for the record. As I mentioned, as I read the title of the bill, a First Amendment was approved for this bill by the recommending committee, and it was in the backup to today's agenda, which made it available to the public and the council. In addition, as you can see before you, the Planning, now Community Development Department, has a proposed Second Amendment for your consideration today, and that amendment will clarify the reporting requirements for accommodation facilitators. As a result, the Community Development Director, Seth Floyd, and Business Licensing Manager Darcy Edelby-Hurd are in front of you to comment on the Second Amendment and take any questions on that item. Thank you.
And may I, at this time, Mr. Dorkak, then open it up for public comment, because we do have interest.
Correct. I believe that was your plan, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd, Director of Community Development, for the record. So, pursuant to what Mr. Dorkeg just said, I'll have Darcy read in that Second Amendment, and then, Mayor, if you want to open it up for public comment, and then we can clarify anything that comes up during public comment.
Excellent. Thank you. That will be perfect. Hi, Darcy.
Good morning. Darcy Edelby-Hurd.
Wait, you're not on. There you are.
All right. Good morning, Madam Mayor. I'm Darcy Edelby-Hurd, Business Licensing Manager. So yes, Second Amendment, we had some additional comments that were received. So just a small amendment to allow the accommodation facilitators the ability to pay and report separately, giving them a 5-day window to to pay and then report without requiring a delinquent penalty. And this was at their request, and this is just for the accommodation facilitators.
Okay, thank you. I think any other comments, Mr. Floyd there?
No, Mayor, none at this time, although I would give just for a quick background just on some things that we've heard over the last week in the lead up to this bill. One of the questions we've been asked is about the changes that we're making to what was our bill prior to the legislative session last year that required other jurisdictions to adopt an ordinance. We already had an ordinance, and so very little is changing substantively about our ordinance. We have an owner-occupied requirement. We've gotten some questions about that. That is going to remain in the bill. We have some restrictions on the size of the home. Those are remaining in the bill. The primary changes in the bill and in the amendments is just about the accommodation facilitators or the platforms. We were required to regulate them, so we require a license. We set the fee for that. We had a defined party. We did that, and we set some other not substantive rules by the state, which includes requiring the accommodation facilitators to report and pay the room tax, which we didn't require previously.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, and if you did not submit a card, still feel comfortable to come up, state your name for the record, make comments on 23. But I have Reverend Jason Adams and Lex Anderson, so please come forward, and even though I read your name, repeat it so we have it correctly.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I'm Pastor Jason Adams, Living Hope Lutheran Church, speaking today on behalf of Nevadans for the Common Good regarding item 23 on today's agenda. Well, if you don't know, we are a nonpartisan citizens group representing thousands of residents from all walks of life, many of whom own and use short-term rentals. So our primary concern to the regulation of short-term rentals is that working families need to have an affordable place to live. Specifically, we support in this item the permits for accommodation facilitators. We believe this new provision will be the most powerful tool to shut down illegal operators and enforce the ordinance. We also support the owner-occupied requirement within the licensing process for hosts to ensure that homes are first available to long-term residents and allows residents to host visitors without removing housing stock from our community. Of course, our concern is for neighbors and neighborhoods that people can live together in. So we urge the council to vote to support the changes to this ordinance for the long-term health of our economy and our community. Retaining existing housing stock for residents should remain a priority while considering regulations on short-term rentals.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate it. I must say the calls coming into our office have echoed what you have said. Neighborhoods really are positive about it. Thank you. Oh my God. I'm not going to a restaurant. This is wonderful. Please, hi there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lex Anderson, I'm the historian for NARA. This is a short presentation, about a minute and a half. We've submitted a request to the recommending committee and to Councilman Career to include rural preservation overlay district communities within Bill 2022-16 with a similar status as HOAs. If I can, please, I'd like to have a tight overhead display of what I'm about to read. I've got it over here. Okay. And the requested consideration is if the proposed short-term residential rental unit is located.
Can you hold on, Mr. Anderson? Wait one sec.
Put it over here?
Yes, sir. I can do that. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Riddleman.
Thank you. Okay, and it reads, if the proposed short-term residential rental unit is located within the ordinance-defined identity of a rural preservation overlay district community, a letter from the RNP Neighborhood Association Executive Board will be submitted granting or denial of the proposal rental unit, supported by association bylaw or resident documentation. An acceptance for a proposed short-term rental unit must be a signature authorized by all residents within a 660-foot linear distance from the short-term rental property line. So we feel this request is reasonable, it's appropriate. It supports original intent and purpose of rural preservation as the overlay district, and Madam Mayor, just kind of makes common sense. The recommending committee has received comprehensive content supporting the request. Our Councilman Career has received the same content and additional content supporting it. At this time, we request that Councilman Career discuss this Bill 2020-16 inclusion within the content of his dialogue with the recommending committee and offer his support for RMP status similar to that of HOAs. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to be heard on agenda item 23, please come forward. And again, state your name for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. Laura McSwain, 2727 Ashby Avenue. I'm president of McNeil Estates Neighborhood Association, and I appreciate the language that is remaining in the ordinance as stated. The only thing that I've gotten a question on that I don't remember being covered in the discussions that we've had so far has to do with the permitting process. Will it continue to be a hearing so that the neighborhoods get to see who's being vetted? Or is this going to go through normal permitting channels? I would like to get some clarification on that. And then I do have a comment on what's being proposed. If that language is intended to allow the RNP to determine whether or not there's going to be a short-term rental allowed outside the owner occupancy requirement, I'd like to get some clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay. you.
again.
Thank you. Hi.
If it's okay, I would like to just speak a little bit more about some of my concerns about the short-term rental upcoming regulations as I understand them.
And your name again, please.
Sorry, Victoria Halfone.
Okay.
In my experience in my neighborhood that I had lived in for 27 years that did not have an HOA, the long-term renters from out-of-state investors that gobbled up properties in the recession was the destruction of my neighborhood. As I mentioned briefly before, people are operating illegal businesses, painting cars in their driveway, crafting engines for automobiles in their backyard, having nail salons that are unlicensed. I was like the one-man HOA in my old neighborhood. These are long-term renters. The people who own the properties do not maintain them. They don't paint them. They don't maintain the yards. The yards are killed so people can park cars in there. That has been the destruction of my neighborhood and what I've seen in real life in my tenure in Las Vegas since 1997. On the opposite of that, short-term rentals, people don't want to go rent an ugly home. They're not going to go rent a home that hasn't been maintained in 30 years. They want to rent something that's beautiful for their vacation to enjoy the city. This last time I checked was America, and it's a free market society, so that I have paid off my home and want to rent it in the best way that I can maintain the home, not with a long-term renter, but with short-term renters who aren't going to destroy my property. That is impactful to me. I've invested probably $600,000 in the last 30 years in that property. I don't want long-term renters in there to kill my landscaping that I've invested significant amount of money in. I don't want them to destroy the home. But short-term renters don't. They're lovely guests. They don't bother anybody. I know all my neighbors in my neighborhood. They're completely fine with it. And I just think that having a lottery system and reducing the amount of short-term rental availability in such a drastic way does not reward people who want to do it the right way. I'm not a lucky person. I've never won anything in my life, so I don't have high hopes of winning the lottery, not even the STR lottery. So I would just really appreciate the ability to submit forms in a proper way. Everybody wants to be legal. Everybody wants to do this the right way and be paying taxes and paying room and having the necessary fire safety, etc. Everybody that I know that is an STR manager wants to do things the right way. Nobody wants to be illegal and face fines, but we do want the ability to manage our properties the way that we can earn the most money and keep the properties upkept. So thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you, and we're the world in the short-term rental business like you. We wouldn't have had to put any restrictions out there.
Yes.
And so as we dialogued and heard from the constituency for probably 2.5 years, going back 4 or 5 years ago with it, the dialogue went on and the considerations and trying to weigh it in the best interests of everyone. That's where we came to how we're handling it now. You have the right attitude, unfortunately. Not
There's
everybody else
always a few bad
does.
apples that
Yeah, no, it's
created.
too bad, and I think in time, hopefully, things can change as we see proper attitudes. And I know in the older neighborhoods of 1, 3, and 5, I live in one, we don't even have a homeowners, or if we do, I don't even know it exists, and I've lived in the same home for 46 years. So to have a body that's going to really be sensitive to everybody, and it's a very difficult situation, but decisions you can't just ignore. And so for those who aren't complying, to report to code enforcement in our community. We hope that that ameliorates some of the issues with which you're dealing, and perhaps in your neighborhood, whether it's car repair or operating a business from the home that's not licensed to do so. So just stay in touch with us, keep doing what you do, and set the example for your neighbors, and maybe in time things might change. But at this point, in order to make sure that we have healthy, safe, wonderful neighbors and neighborhoods in which to live and invest and raise families, it's a difficult decision, but it's one we've had to make thus far, but a great deal of time, energy, and effort and staff work, very costly to do this. But don't give up the ship. Stay your course.
Thank
You're
you
doing
so
a
much
good
for
job.
letting me speak.
Thank you.
And if you would please think again about the lottery of rewarding the contracts. That
Only
would be
if you're
fantastic.
guaranteed to win.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to point out to the woman who just spoke, I believe the lottery system that you're referring to is the county's bill. It's Clark County that are proposing a bill around the lottery system, not the city of Las Vegas. So
Right.
just to clarify.
You're absolutely right. The lady from Ashby, those specific items, seeing both Darcy and Seth up here, I wanted you to ask your question. I wouldn't dream of answering, and if you'll answer.
Thank you. Laura McSwain, 2727 Ashby. So there was just a question from the neighborhood as to what the process for approving these uses would be, and will they be an open hearing like what we've enjoyed, or now that it's a permitting process, what are we to expect?
Yeah, so thanks, Mayor, and through you to answer the question. So originally, going back several versions of the bill ago, we did require special use permits. You may recall there were planning commission meetings that went until 3 or 4 in the morning. One of the amendments that was made in the most recent version of the bill was to add some restrictions, and that included the 660-foot distance separation between each use, the owner-occupied requirement, and the number of bedroom restriction, and then make it a conditional use. So if you meet all of those conditions, there is no public hearing process. It's a conditional use permit. We did not amend that in this version of the bill, so it's still a conditional use permit process if you meet all of those conditions.
So no hearing would be required?
No hearing would be required.
Okay, so then hopefully all these additions will create for a robust opportunity for compliance.
Agreed.
And just the one other comment about the language, I don't know if that's actually going to be entertained today, the RNP issue. I don't have any, I'll just speak for myself on this, I don't have any particular issue as long as it's not to circumvent the owner occupancy requirement.
So, Mayor Seth Floyd again for the record. So, and maybe it would help to give a little bit of context here. Our objective in bringing this bill was essentially to take the least burdensome path to bring us in line with state law. So there are a number of additional issues that came up in the public hearing process. We met with a lot of stakeholders, including Ms. McSwain. We met with the platforms, and there were a lot of other issues that were addressed. And we, as staff, took the position that we were going to present a bill that brought us in line with state law, and we weren't going to go any further at this time. I think this would fall into that category. There's a couple of issues with this. One is, and Mr. Anderson did send this to us in advance, we have to be careful that we're not stepping on the shoes of CC&Rs that have a whole separate state statute that require a different process. I'm not sure that we could give over the city's approval authority to a loosely formed neighborhood association and without the restrictions in a CC&R, because there are some HOAs that have rules about short-term rentals. If that's something the council wants to entertain, my suggestion would be we do that in a separate bill. But we've heard that. We've got Mr. Anderson's letter, and we've taken that under advisement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So is it appropriate, Mr. Dork, to go ahead and approve this and then take the rest, or you want to read the rest into the record?
This is our vote and adoption section, so we'll do them one at a time, and we'll need a motion on this first one with the Second Amendment if someone is going to make a motion to approve.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I will move to adopt Bill number 2022-16 with First and Second Amendment.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you both. Okay, and thank you for coming down and staying, everybody. We'll move on to bill number 2022-18. Councilman Anthony, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Bill number 2022-18, an ordinance to amend various provisions of the municipal code to reflect changes in the names of several departments and divisions within city government, delete references to departments that are to be eliminated or combined with other departments, reflect the names of departments or functions that will succeed to duties and responsibilities of departments that have been eliminated, update references to departments and divisions whose names have been changed over time, and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 24. Please vote and please post. Motion carries, and we'll move on to agenda item 25. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like the bill read?
Yes.
Bill number 2022-21, an ordinance to adopt the 2021 International Wildland Urban Interface Code together with amendments thereto and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 25. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to 26. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting, bills number 26 and 27, bills number 2022-17, 2022-20 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to planning, one motion, one vote agenda. Okay. Item number 28 through 32C may be considered one motion, one vote, considered routine, non-public and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 28, 22-0248 SUP1. Applicant, Rainbow Seafood Group, LLC, owner, Vestar Best and the West Property, LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for proposed 3,482 square foot alcohol on-premise full use with a waiver to allow a 100-foot distance separation from a church and a 162-foot distance separation from church. Excuse me, the first one was a 100-foot distance separation from a school and 162-foot distance separation from a church house of worship use, where 400 feet is required at 2080 North Rainbow Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Number 29, 220249 SUP1, applicant BH Group Corp. Owner, HS Family Limited Partnership, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 7,456 square foot alcohol on-premise full use at 310 Fremont Street, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Number 30, 220265, applicant Collida Residential, LLC, owner Rancho Drive, LLC, on the following land use entitlement project requests on 12.05 acres, east side of Rainbow Boulevard, approximately 490 feet north of Rancho Drive, Ward 6, Councilwoman Fiore, and related item, and these following three are A, B, and C, 220265 GPA 1 from SC Service Commercial to H High Density Residential and related. 30B 220265 ZON 1 from RE Residence Estates to R4 High Density Residential and related item. 30C 220265 SDR 1 for proposed 4-story 334 unit multifamily residential development. Number 31, 220270, applicant Tri Point Homes, Nevada, Inc., owner VFR, Southwest Desert Equities 2, LLC et al., on the following land use entitlement project requests on 15.84 acres northeast corner of Ruston Road and Alpine Ridge Way. U, undeveloped PCD plan, community development, general plan designation, and PD plan development zones. Those are also in Ward 6 with Councilwoman Fiore. And related item 31A 220270 MOD1 to amend the Kyle Canyon Gateway Master Development Plan to add 9.13 acres to the plan and designate the land use as L residential low, to amend various development standards within the design guidelines and to add procedures to the design guidelines regarding deviations from the Kyle Canyon Gateway residential development standards and related item 31B 2202-70-ZON1 from U Undeveloped PCD Plan Community Development General Plan Designation to PD Plan Development and related item 31C 220270-VSU1 petition to vacate the east 30 feet of Michele Crest Way, public right-of-way between Ruston Road, Rocky Avenue, and U.S. Government patent easements generally located northeast corner of Ruston Road and Alpine Ridge Way, and related item 31D 220270 SDR1 for proposed 54-lot single-family residential development and related item 31E 220270 TMP1 Kyle Canyon Gateway Unit 4 for a 54-lot single-family residential subdivision, and number 32220271 applicant RR Company America owner Victor Valenzuela on the following land use entitlement project request on 1.41 acres at 1610 Rancho Drive and 3046 Vegas Drive, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Related item 32A 220271 GPA1 from GC General Commercial to MXU Neighborhood Mixed Use Center, and related item 32B 220271 SUP1 proposed blood plasma donor center use, and related item 32C 220271 SDR1 proposed blood plasma donor center development with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items. These are public hearings which I declare open. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Okay, here we are. Now I know, and please cite the item to which you're referring. And so this, I know, will be 20, which one was it, 20?
Mayor, Jim Lewis down here, City Attorney's Office.
Hi there.
If we're going to have a lot of discussion on 30, I might suggest that we have a vote on the other items and then poll 30 just for clarity for the clerk's sake.
That sounds brilliant.
Okay.
That's why you're a lawyer.
Maybe, I don't know.
And compliments for lawyers, very hard to come out of this now.
So true.
We will go ahead if we could, please.
I will make a motion to approve the one motion, one vote agenda items except for item 30, which will be pulled.
And that includes 30A, B, and C. Okay, there's a vote. Please vote and please post. And amazing, that carries unanimously, and here we are. So we are at 30, which I don't think I have to read again, do I?
No, ma'am. Just open the hearing, please.
Okay.
Oh, I can go now?
And if you would, state your name again for the record. And
Charles Weber, 6601 Welcome Lane. This project, so that you know, just at Rainbow and Lone Mountain, there was the high-rises, not high-rises, but it was supposed to be for elderly care. It's not elderly care. It's all Section 8, and crime has actually gone up lately. Now, if you put the homes that they're going to be building around, Siegfried and Roy's house, this proper area is where their home will be, is putting a 4-story condo or rental place, or what are they doing, plus all the other homes that are getting built in the area. May Elementary cannot handle it, quite frankly. It'd be too much. When you put that many people that close to, say, a casino, and this is the FBI, you will raise crime 300%. You put this many people, especially when you get your Section 8 people in there, well, birds of a feather. But the biggest problem of this whole development, there's going to be a lot of extra homes, and we don't have any parks. There's not a park within walking distance for your children to play in. They won't have much to do other than a casino. Let's take Arizona Charlie's. I grew up in Charleston Heights. Nothing but horror stories since the casino was right then and there. The same thing, the same exact thing, having high density next to a casino is just bad. That's why I'm opposing the, which one is that? The residential residence, high density residential, I don't think they should be approved at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And we have cards from Teresa Jadov and Michelle Dodds, if you're still here, please. And it's open, anybody can comment.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to this since it's my home. And I've lived here 51 years and was able to purchase a house out in this area for the last 12 years of my mom's life, and to provide a beautiful backyard with trees and peacocks and all kinds of things that Siegfried and Roy provided. Unfortunately, things have changed, and because of that, my home is no longer a place of peace. I'd like to reference the master plan. I've done a little research. The master plan for 2050, which, by the way, your picture in there is beautiful. And you stated several places that your home is one of your favorite places down there in Scotch 80s. And it is. It's supposed to be a place of peace. And Richmond American is done. It's a done deal. We're living with it. Several of us are suffering some severe health problems. My lungs, I'm having some issues because of dust and things. But you notice also in your master plan that you said, and I'm going to read this, that it said, what are your favorite places that you've liked to show your grandkids? And you said the historic downtown area with all those wonderful homes that were built during Hoover Dam building days, the horseback riding out at, we now call it Floyd Lamb State Park, but I grew up when it was Tule Springs, Red Rock, Mount Charleston, and Lake Mead. Never once in there did you say, I took my children to see a 4-story apartment building. And that's the problem that we're having, is that we're losing those beautiful places. And I'm asking that this area, and I'll just go quickly. I think we all got that in the mail. Water is an issue. Traffic is an issue. There will be 4 driveways exiting out onto Rainbow in less than a 2/10 mile area from the KB homes, 2 from Dove Point, and 1 from this Collida project. And there is no way to turn left without causing a traffic jam. In fact, when we talked to the Planning Commission, they said that probably islands would be put in to block turning left. So that means 4 driveways all turning right on Rainbow to head down toward Ann Road. If most drivers are like the ones I ride with on the road, they're not going to be patient to go all the way to Ann. So I am representing not only Bavaria Estates residents, but those people who are in Confetti, who, by the way, none of them received notice of this change. Confetti is the next right turn to leave off of Rainbow, and it is a residential area with over 200 and some homes in there, and that area will get a bulk of traffic going through, and it dumps out onto Torrey Pines from Home Run right in front of May Elementary. Now, we were told again by the Planning Commission that traffic studies are not done until something is approved. So my concern is, once we do that, how are they going to protect our children going to May Elementary and those residents that are going to have all this increased traffic going through? We know that this is zoned RE, and to jump from RE to a zoning of high density is huge. We have overcrowding of schools already. So I'd like to quote again out of the master plan, and it's done under the land use and environment. Part of the plan was for parks and connectivity, and it said one of the goals here is to ensure 85% of dwelling units are within a short walk of a park or a trail. Our closest park is 3.5 miles away off of Alexander and Tenaya, and there's a small one connected with a school off of Tropical. I would ask, we've talked to Tyler, who's in charge of he's the liaison for Siegfried and Roy's Estates, that this property be looked at as a potential spot for a park. Obviously, it's not a moneymaker. It's not going to bring in revenue, but it's 12 acres of green area that would help the surrounding homes, residential areas, and certainly not involve high-density 334 units with only 528 parking places. And although we have mathematicians that figure these things out, I have taught high school, and I know that even in a one-bedroom, you're going to have 5 or 6 people living there and a minimum of 2 vehicles per unit. So that's 668 vehicles for 524 parking spaces. There's no parking on Rainbow. I don't know where this is all going to go. You all have the task before you to foresee the future, which none of us can, and make decisions that are going to be helpful to the entire city. And I ask that you would deny this project and let us look at other options for this 12 acres that's left, and perhaps honor Siegfried and Roy for all the decades that they gave to this community by putting in a park or something that would have their name on it in honor of them. Nice. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. They were a great twosome. They sure changed entertainment here and did some wonderful things. Losing both of them within such a short period is very sad.
I'm Teresa Jidov. I live at 4908 Quasar Court. That's in the Jamboree Housing Development.
You want to pull your microphone
again,
closer and
you,
speak
yes.
louder again. Would you start again so they could hear?
I'm Teresa Jidov. I live at 4908 Quasar Court. That's in the Jamboree Housing Development. It borders the current Richmond America homes. We've lived there for 29 years. We bought our property specifically because I had lived in that area as a child growing up, and this home had a beautiful property behind us. For years, we watched lions and other animals that were in that area. They well maintained everything. Now, it's proposed to come in with apartments to take over all of the remaining green space that we have. Apartments that are 4 stories tall, which are not at all amenable to the neighborhood, which is majorly single-story homes, and then some 2-story homes are going to be built in a small section of 2 stories. We have a 2-story home, but we're in an area that has mixed two and single and 2-story homes. We do not feel like this actually benefits our community. I listened to all of the projects beforehand, and it sounded like they were all intended to do something to benefit the community. This project does not benefit our community at all. I have concerns for the actual building that's going on. When I heard Mr. Salvio speaking, I thought maybe he needs to visit Richmond America, because what's going on over there that we can see from our second story is incredibly unprofessional in many cases, and it's just a disaster. The dirt, the removal of trees, every time the wind blows. Last night, the wind started blowing at 10:30 at night. Stuff started flying around. The 4-story building, if I understand correctly, will have to have an underground requirement for foundation. I'm a little concerned because we've been there for 29 years. We've had no structural problems with our home. I'm concerned about what will happen when all that digging starts. And then, of course, there's the construction that goes along with it. And then I would just reiterate, I think that maybe some of the residents were informed, but I see that the school is not part of that. Information for, notification. I think they certainly should have been notified. The school district should have been notified. I'm a retired teacher. I know what this does to our neighborhoods. And a green space, a park, Siegfried and Roy would just be sick. This is going this way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to make comment on agenda item 30? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on this. Now, I believe this has moved out of your ward, Councilman Creer, into, out of Councilman Anthony, Mayor Pro Tem's, into your ward. So lots of communication, figuring out all the pros and cons of everything. Okay. So comments, questions?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, Tony Celeste. On behalf of the applicant, Councilwoman Fiore directed me to speak. Just want to introduce myself, representing Collida on this project. As indicated, this is the former Siegfried and Roy property. It was about 46 acres. 34 of it has already been approved and currently being developed by Richmond American. We are basically the donut hole left developing that 12 acres. It is planned today as service commercial, which would be intense commercial. We are asking to go to multifamily designation, where we'll provide 334 dwelling units on the site. With respect to intensity from the planned commercial to our residential, I don't think it changes that much at all based on what it is currently planned and what we're proposing. With respect to traffic, we worked actually a long time with city traffic regarding the placement of our driveway and lining it up across the street from the existing commercial there so that we can provide safe ingress and egress to and from the site. It is a mixture of 3- and 4-story buildings. The 4-story is fronting Rainbow with the 3 stories in back. Again, the Richmond American product surrounds us to the north, east, and west. We do meet all the residential adjacency requirements. The site is overparked, and we are meeting all the requirements. So we do appreciate staff's report and approval, Planning Commission's approval. We did send in the memo indicating that we agree to all of the conditions, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Can you explain what we're looking at here and where Collida's going to go? Is it that entire boxed-in area, and are the areas that look like vacant lines with them, those are already under development? All the others are already committed and in process. And so we're just talking now, where will the whole box will be, the whole area that is all green right now, or have we touched it? But I mean, has anything been done within the confines of?
Oh, yeah. Just framing up.
So if I may, Madam Mayor, I'll try to. So this box right here that I am outlining with my pen,
yes,
that is the 46 acres that was formerly Siegfried and Roy.
Right.
We are this yellow portion of that box that's 12 acres. This portion that's to the south of us, all to the east and to the north, this kind of U-shaped. Last August of 2021, Richmond American came in with a general plan amendment, a zone change to RCL, and a site development plan review, and were approved for 204 units, single-family residential homes in this U-shaped. We are taking down the balance of what was Siegfried and Roy's property, which is the 12 acres right in the middle with the frontage on Rainbow. This portion is currently planned service commercial, so for intense commercial uses, and we're asking to go to a multifamily designation.
Okay. And as of this moment, all the green that we saw on the previous slides is gone and taken down? Or is it remaining there waiting?
We have not touched the site yet. We don't have entitlements. We haven't done anything until we have entitlements and certain permits in hand.
So the school, the elementary school's up there at approximately 1 o'clock on this diagram, right? And the nearest park is where? Going north on Rainbow or south on Rainbow? Okay. Okay.
Mayor Jim Lewis, if we could have folks, if you'd like the folks to speak, just for the clerk's sake, could you have them come down and speak into a microphone? That way we get them on the record.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, any questions, comments from staff here? Anybody else who, I'm looking at...
Sure, Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record. For staff, the proposed multifamily development meets residential adjacency standards as stated, is located along an established Regional Transportation Commission bus line, and supports the goals and objectives of the City of Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan. Therefore, staff's recommended approval of the requested general plan amendment, rezoning, and site development plan review. Thank you.
Okay, I have to tell you, the truth is progress demands change, We used to live on Eastern and Viking and saw that area change. We chose to live there, and it's a whole different area now. That's called Progress, and we attend to people moving into our town. I have seen the enormous growth in the Southwest, up in Councilwoman's area and ward, and of course in Henderson, and have seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of apartments being built. And I think the comments made that oftentimes crime does come because apartments are for different rental bases. And the one thing is we're planning and moving, and having known Siegfried and Roy so well for some 25 years, and I have the greatest admiration for the Collida group. They've done beautiful things. I love what they've done on Alta, just east of Rampart, and their apartments in the Southwest. But I am going to vote against this, I have to tell you, out of the fact of preservation of two people who went ahead and everything they did was about nature and preservation and gardens and the beautiful place inside the Mirage, what is it called, the Secret Garden? Mm-hmm. And this magnificent piece of property and not saying that you should have and your clients should have done it, had you come in and said they're gone, all that landscaping, for those of us who've been here 50 years, progress is progress, and I'm not denying the Collidas, they're a wonderful group. So it has nothing to do with that. I just look at this property and it needs a park, and I agree with how wonderful to do something in their memory and in that rich environment and for the school. So while I support Collida and support Progress on this particular vote, and there are plenty of others who might make this go through, I can't vote for it. I just did right here. And I'm not allowed to do that because I'm not supposed to be the person. I'm supposed to do what's best for the community.
And I appreciate those statements, Mayor. The one thing I just would like to add is when the Richmond development came in for approval last August, there's some extensive discussion about what is this donut hole piece going to be, and there was discussion about, well, it is planned general or service commercial, it's going to be an intense use, and in fact that led to a required condition being placed on the tentative map, which here I'll put right here. It says the entity selling the single-family residence on the parcel, which is referring to Richmond American, provide a disclosure of the adjacent property's possibility, which is now the proposed Collida site, the adjacent property's possibility of being developed as a commercial or otherwise. So it was contemplated a year ago that this was not going to be a park. It was going to be at least a commercial or something intense. Right. But I appreciate your comments, and I just wanted to
I would
point that out.
because Collida has become such a leadership entity in what it does, and with all the remaining parcels around it, it just begs for the memory. You know, we all move on in life, and someday we're not going to be here, and how wonderful for these very significant people who changed so much for us and helped us with the healing garden after 1 October, and that's way down in the heart of the city that Collida would undertake. I don't know what the property, I've been on the property, but not since the rest of it's being developed. So it just is, I think it would be a beautiful thing to have at a park. But it's just, I should be abstaining, I guess, our legal counsel, if you have any side interest that you need to disclose. They were dear friends.
Thank you.
So I confess, that's part of my vote.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So looking at this, and please correct me, with the 204 homes that are around this particular property, that whole section used to be Siegfried and Roy's, right? The whole section before Richmond?
That is correct. So
Okay.
here is actually the approved Richmond plan, you can see that was, I believe this is the...
Can you show me the green space in Richmond's area? Does Richmond have any parks or dog parks or any green space?
I have not studied the plan well, but if they do, it's minimal, but I do not see any offhand. We as Collida, though, will be providing required open space. Here is our site plan. You can see our courtyard, a couple of courtyards, pool area, recreation facility. Right here is, I think, better illustration of our landscape plan to identify not only the buffering we're going to provide around Richmond American, but again, several courtyards, pool area, extensive clubhouse. I think many of you have been in their product, and you basically, it's like 20,000 square feet of clubhouse area with state-of-the-art workout facilities, meeting rooms, open space, pool, cabana areas. So we will be providing a lot of on-site amenities to our residents.
So because our districts, before we got our district changed, Ward 6 used to be north of Ann from Rainbow, and so Ward 4 was south of Ann from Rainbow. And in Ward 6, everyone knows we love landscaping and trees and all of that. And also with Collida, I looked up their agreement, and unfortunately, I hear Michelle, and I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. And if I could stop time and turn my 33-year-old, which now is instructing me, to when she was a sweet little 5-year-old, I would. I have 7 grandkids, right? And Jetson, who's a year and a half, he is such a, if I could just stop time, right? Make him not grow, just keep him at 1.5 because he's so innocent. But I can't, right? I'm aging, we're all aging, our communities are aging, and Las Vegas and Nevada is growing. When I moved here 31 years ago, we were under 1 million folks. Now we're at 3.2 million. And where you and I both live, because I live right across the street from Joseph Neal Elementary School in the Torrey Pines Estates, that's where I live with my mom. I take care of my mom, so I know what you're talking about. We grow. And in our area in the Northwest, that's where the dirt is. And even if I was to deny this project today, it's not going to be a park. As much as Madam Mayor, she loves Siegfried and Roy, I love Siegfried and Roy, she has a relationship with them, I don't. But it's sold. And it's not zoned residential. Just so you know, this property is zoned commercial, intense commercial. So the only thing we can do going forward and moving forward and growing is, and understand that you guys are buffered. You're not going to see, when you drive Rainbow, you'll see these Siegfried and Roy apartments. But I don't think you know what Collida is. I guarantee you the rents on Collida are going to be more than the mortgages on the Richmond American homes. Yeah. So no, you can come up to the mic if you want. But what I'm saying to you is, it's not something we can stop and turn into a park. I mean, I don't know anyone in our neighborhood that can afford to buy 12 acres and just turn it into a park.
Right.
Yeah.
So 2 things. One, yes, I have gone and seen some of the Collida's properties. In fact, the one out there at Tivoli Gardens up there by Queens Ridge and Summerlin, beautiful. And they are high-end homes, but they're in the Queens Ridge, Summerlin area. We're talking about Rainbow and Rancho near the entrance to 95 and Stations Casino. They may, and I'm from the business world as well as teaching, so if we have a product to sell and we can't get the price that we put on it, $3,400 a month, what do? We lower the price till we get the product sold. So even though they come in with high-end apartments, we see what happens further down the road. There's no guarantee that they're going to stay that way. So even if we put in commercial, and I've talked to other people in the area, we don't really want that, but that might even be better than the high-density apartments. I'm still looking for a study that will show me that when you put apartments into a residential area, that housing values increase and crime decreases. I have found over 100 studies that show just the opposite. I grew up off of Oakey and Arville, between Oakey and Sahara. 40 years ago, I met before this council as a 20-some-year-old, so now that gives you my age away, for apartments that were going to be built on Sahara. And unfortunately, they were approved. They did get them down from 750 apartments to somewhere in the 500 number region. But I can tell you that the reason that I moved to this area was because of the increased crime, the drug activity, the prostitution, the house behind me that sold and became a place where they fought dogs. I can't tell you how many times I ran out after people and then called the police, because being a high school teacher, you learn not to be afraid of stuff. But I also learned a lot about politics and all of that, because at the time, Mayor Orrin Gregson and the builder went and met in the back during the break, came out shaking each other's hands, and it was approved with Councilman Arnie Adamson abstaining because he lived in the neighborhood and didn't want to be involved, and 15 days later put his house up for sale. I'm asking you guys to be a different board, a different council, one who stands for the people. I understand progress. There are going to be huge areas of land available once the Fiesta and the Texas Station get torn down. That would be a great place to put apartment complexes. There are other areas. And just one more thing. I drove out 95 to look at all the new building out there by Sky Canyon. And I ran into the most beautiful park in respect for Officer Beck, a memorial park for him, for an area that's going to have a huge number of homes. And so can we not respect somebody that was here for a long time, and more importantly, respect the neighbors who have lived here? Teresa grew up here. I've been here 51 years. My neighbor next door is 63. We're not new to Las Vegas. We know that it's going to grow. We understand that. We've watched it change. But we would like a little respect in that this area, and I've talked already with Tyler about, Siegfried and Roy's trust primarily is donated to charities. That's what they've left. They are donating that. Why can they not donate this 12 acres? I understand the city doesn't have the money to buy it. I will personally walk every house in the area and get donations to help put that park in. And I know we have enough businessmen that could do that.
Yeah,
and I'm sorry to hear that you're saying
Michelle.
it couldn't be done.
Yeah, it can't be done. And because I'm a realist, number one, and I love the fact that you'd walk all the neighbors and you would try to get $30 million, because you're going to first have to purchase the 12 acres that's already been purchased, and then another park on top of 12 acres, which is about another $30 million. So I get it. Listen, I'm still waiting for Prince Charming on the horse. I get dreams, and I get it. But as a council person, that I have to make decisions on our growth rate is high. And where are they coming? To our side of town. Why? Because we have the dirt. And if you look at everything that we've approved in Ward 6, it's landscaping, it's trees. I mean, there's not a person that's walked into the office that didn't have a big landscaping.
There is no landscaping, I can tell you, with RA, because I have all of their original plans. There's minimal, and their houses are being painted what I call prison gray and dog poop brown. They are dark, they're dreary. It is not a joyful place.
Thank you.
When you come to my house, if you can,
I've got it. Yeah,
I would love you to come see the colors.
I will.
And the
I will
difference.
come to your house.
Thanks,
Thanks, Michelle Dobbs. Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yes.
What's the name of this place?
What's the name of the proposed development? Or, I'm sorry.
What's the name of this development?
It's for the Collida Group. I'm not sure if we have designated a name yet, or if we're calling it something.
Okay. So I need you to see about getting approved, calling this like the Siegfried and Roy place, right?
I think it's a great idea.
And I think that would be great. And in your two areas of your courtyards?
Yes.
Right? Let's make either a secret garden, a little secret garden, but because it was their place, and whatever happened to their place off of Washington and Decatur?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So let's keep their memory alive. I would really like that, and I would really like Collida to name this Siegfried and Roy. I wish Councilman Anthony, had to make this decision since it wasn't his ward. But let's look at that.
Okay.
Let's look at, and unfortunately, there is no reality of a 12-acre park there that we could make or purchase. This is now private property and it's sold. It's not charitable. So as much as I want to sprinkle fairy dust, I cannot. So I'm not going to belabor this. What I'd like, Mr. Peter, is I'd like for Collida to call this Siegfried, conditioned that this is the Siegfried and Roy place, and they have a Siegfried and Roy secret garden in one of those courtyards. Can you do that?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if they're going to agree to the commitment, but via condition, you can say that the branding shall represent the memory of Siegfried and Roy, and that the amenities on site shall be representative of the history of Siegfried and Roy. Does that cover it?
Mr. Gronauer?
For the record, Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here representing with Tony Celeste, my partner, Collida. One of the things I do want to mention is, and as I've been representing Collida from the beginning for about 20 years now, is they have a certain brand, the Elysian brand, the Eli brand. What I think is probably more appropriate, which Doug Eisner and Eric Cohn will do, is look at some way to recognize that this was once the area of Siegfried and Roy. But if we called it a Siegfried and Roy multifamily development or something like that, it takes away from the brand name of what Collida has in the valley. And so everything that they have is that you see out there, the high-end stuff from the Elysian and Eli products that they build. That's a brand I think would be important to keep, but knowing them and representing them since they've been young in this business, there is not a problem to work with your staff administratively of recognizing that this has been a part of the Siegfried and Roy history on this property. I think that's the better way to do that. They're creative. They can work on things within the development itself to provide that recognition. But to say that we have to give that name, I think that is a whole total different brand issue that we're dealing with.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. Peter and Seth, I need you to work with them and come up with a plan. And I know both of you guys are the Boy Scouts of lobbyists of the city of Las Vegas. I was told that when I first got elected. So I keep you at your word, and I know our staff will work diligently. And just know, Michelle and Teresa, that there's 204 homes between you and Collida. And this just cannot be a park. I know if I could sprinkle fairy dust, I would, but I can't. And so with that, I'm in a motion to approve this.
Okay, there's a motion, and please, Mr. Gronauer, please extend my appreciation to Collida. They are sensational.
Yes.
They are sensational. This vote of mine is not them. It's the purpose of that piece of property.
So the motion is agenda item 30,
Correct.
A through, yeah.
And please vote. There's a motion to approve.
Thank you. And I'll give them the message. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we will move on to agenda item 33. Is that where we belong now? Okay. Okay. 33 is 220238 on the following land use entitlement project request on 0.69 acres, west side of 10th Street, approximately 205 feet north of Stewart Avenue, T5N, T5 neighborhood zone, number 33A. 22023A VAC1, petition to vacate a portion of a public alley south of Mesquite Avenue between 9th Street and 10th, and 33B 22023A SDR1 for a proposed 4-story, 36-unit multifamily residential development with waivers of Title 1909 Form-Based Code standards. The applicant owner is GMD Properties, LLC. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer, and a public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Coming slowly. Hi, afternoon.
Joseph DeLeo, 8A certified disabled veteran construction company, and I only use local workers.
Okay. Anything you want to make comments on this item first?
I'm open for any questions.
Okay, let's turn it over to planning.
Thanks, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, the proposed multifamily residential infill development generally provides the form of development that is sought in the Fremont East District. The requested waivers are for minor design adjustments that would not alter the desired form of the development in this area. Staff therefore recommends approval of the site development review. Thanks.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment on 3333A and B? Nope. Close public hearing. Any comments from council? Are we all okay?
Yep.
Seems we're breathing and doing well. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4.
We got it.
Go for it, Councilman Creon.
You can count to 4. You're doing good, Mr. DeLeo. Hey, you came and spoke with us. Great project, great infill project. Without any objection, I'm going to make a motion for approval.
Fine. There's a motion to approve agenda 33 and 33A, B, and C all at once. Please vote and please post.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good luck. And 34 and 34A, B, C, D, and E have been obeyed to the 21st of September. And so we're on to 35. Whoops. Right? Yes. 35-220174, public hearing, applicant owner Pre-Rancho Craig, LLC. Possible action following land use entitlement project request at 20.76 acres south side of Craig Road, approximately 470 feet east of Rancho Drive, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5 of Councilman Creer. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. Planning Commission, with a 6-0 vote, recommends approval.
Before you get started, ma'am, I don't know what we'll figure out the process for this. We tried to get a hold of the applicant to come in and speak with us about this project, and we were unsuccessful. I have not been properly briefed on what this is and what's going on. I asked my staff to reach out to you and to ask for I think we should obey it until we understand what the project is. But you're here, I'm not sure if we still want to go through the process or not, or we can put in for an abeyance. You can come and brief us, let us know. The project looks nice. Let us know what the project is.
To give your staff credit, she did tell me, but I wanted to wait anyway.
And your name, please?
Renee Rowland, representing the owner on behalf of Momeni Engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, we just need to have a better understanding. I'd like to ban for 30 days.
Okay.
So you can get with our team and figure out what we're doing.
Okay.
So
I'll
that
speak to
puts
Kelly.
us, when? Okay, September 21st, and you agree for your
Yes.
client?
Wonderful.
Okay, so that's your motion?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. There's a motion to obey agenda item 35 to the 21st of September. Please
Thank you.
vote,
Thank
please
you.
post. He's waiting. It's stuck waiting. It says waiting. Are we waiting?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought when it said waiting, the machine's waiting. Oh. Look, what can I tell you? All right, that motion passes unanimously, and we will now move on to agenda item 36. 22022-3 for possible action following land use entitlement project requests on .43 acres at 1200, 1212, and 1224 West Lake Mead Boulevard, R2, medium and low density residential, C1 limited commercial, and 36A 220223 ZON1 from R2, medium and low density residential, C1 limited commercial on .22 acres at 1212 and 1224 West Lake Mead Boulevard, number 36B 220223, VAR1, right, to allow 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for an existing building, and number 36C 220223, SDR1 for proposed conversion of 2 existing 1,200 square foot single-family residential dwellings to 2 office buildings and other site improvements with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant owner is Marcus Allen, the real Marcus Allen.
Yeah, I'm the real.
The real Marcus Allen, would you please stand up?
The real Marcus?
No.
I'd
I'm
say
not the
give
real
blood.
Marcus Allen.
Blood. Staff, but your parents must have loved Marcus Allen.
No, I was born way before.
Okay, back on this, Goodman. Staff recommends denial and Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Public hearing items which I declare open. The applicant has the best representation. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council. Ricky Barlow for the record. LV Access 2222 West Bonanza. I'm here standing on behalf of my client, Marcus Allen, the real Marcus Allen, born and raised 89106. And as a matter of fact, still lives in Ward 5. I just found out today, which actually was a pleasant surprise. Marcus Allen and his family have been longtime residents, and Mayor, you know his father very intimately, Reverend Carroll. And so having been born and raised specifically here in Ward 5 and within the boundaries of 89106, Marcus had the opportunity of not only going to school here, but also giving back to the community in such a great way. He shortly, not too far after becoming an adult, he had an opportunity to purchase his grandfather's home, which Marcus went to Arizona, received his barber's license, came back to the city, and opened up his first business, which was his grandfather's home where he played as a little boy. And he converted that home into his first business, which is Masterpiece Barbershop, right across from Agassiz and Doolittle Community Center. From there, Marcus continued to work hard and diligently to where he opened up the second largest barber school, which he, since opening that barber school, has placed more than 1,000 young professionals to work in this community as barbers all across the state of Nevada. And he has since purchased 1212, 1224, and also a property immediately behind the site in question today. He originally had these homes placed out for rent where he had tenants in them, renting them out, and an unfortunate circumstance happened to where one of the tenants burned down 1212. So today it's a blight in the community. So Marcus, in his wisdom, basically says, I want to do more and give young business startups an opportunity to advance just as someone gave him an opportunity. He is now looking to convert the residential properties into commercial properties, specifically office, where he has tenants standing by to come in now and basically open up their shop. For example, an insurance company, as well as, I believe, an architect, small architect firm that's looking to establish inside of these two structures. So therefore, he reached out to me and we went on the task of working with the architect, working with city staff, positioning this application in the best position possible in order to make this happen, to convert the residential homes on Lake Mead into commercial use. And as you all very well know, and specifically Councilman Creer intimately shared with us, with the expansion of what's taking place on Lake Mead, with the widening of the streets and the medians and the improvement up and down Lake Mead, that street no longer is prudent for residential living. Although you still have some residue of residents
Correct.
living on Lake Mead, everything is transitioning around the Doolittle Community Center with the expansion of the Rainbow Dreams Academy. Councilman Creer also shared with us the new expansion of what's about to take place with the Las Vegas Clark County Library District. So there's a lot of growth that's happening, specifically embraced around the 100 Plan in action, as he shared with us as well. So it's a lot of great synergy that's taking place, and Mr. Allen wants to be a part of that. He wants to be a part of that 100 Plan expansion and also really developing this community, a place that he has called home since he was born. And now having the opportunity to not only purchase his grandfather's home, but the homes around it to basically put more businesses into this economy is very special. And so for that, staff, I understand their position in relation to having to deny certain components of the plan, because of course when you're doing a conversion from a residential to a business, it's no different than what we see down Jones and Decatur. Those homes that used to be residential properties are now all converted commercial, to include Eastern, right? All of those conversions that are just south of Charleston, right below Circle Park. And so the same thing is happening in and around, special corridors such as Lake Mead. But I can share with you this, that we have worked with staff to address the parking issue, so there's no longer a parking variance needed. However, in relation to one of the setbacks that staff has denied, they had to deny it based on what's in black and white and in code. And that space that was denied was based on approximately 3 inches that we didn't meet on the backside of one of the properties. And so I just want to pull that forward to basically share with you that it's nothing that's that impactful as to why this development as it stands today won't work. It will work. And so I just want to point those elements out. And in addition to that, Councilman Creer was very clear in regards to the beautification of Ward 5. And you all know how I was when I sat in his seat, and I understand very clearly where he's coming from. And Mr. Allen understands that as well from a beautification standpoint, that we're not just looking to reestablish what was there previously, but we're bringing something more attractive back to make sure that the buildings look very attractive in this corridor to basically complement everything else that's coming along in order to really beautify this community and embrace the future of where Ward 5 is going under the leadership of Councilman Creer.
Wonderful.
And one last note, one of the planning commissioners, I believe it was Planning Commissioner Cherry, asked us to increase the shrubs from 5-gallon to 35-gallon box shrubs, which we also agreed at Planning Commission and still hold true today in relation to making sure that the beautification of the landscaping is increased. And Mr. Allen also shared that he's amenable to that, and we want to make sure that we do all that we can to make sure that it's attractive, because it's not only about Mr. Allen, but it's also about the future, looking down this corridor, making sure that everything that's laid out inside of the city of Las Vegas, where he and I both were born and raised, we want to make sure that anything that we touch is something that the community can look back on years from now after we're long gone and basically say it still looks good. And so that's what we're shooting for. So having said that, Marcus Allen is here to answer any additional follow-up questions that you all may have in regards to his business dealings. He's a long-term businessman in this community. He has done very well for himself, and someone that I'm very proud to stand next to and call a friend as well as a client, and someone who is going to continue to do great things in this community.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything you wanted to add? I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Floyd, but if you wanted to add anything.
Yes. Yes, Marcus Allen with Masterpiece Barbershop and Barber School. I've been a barber for over 25 years right here in the state of Nevada, and I'm Nevada's second barber instructor. I opened Nevada's second barber school, and like he has said, I have put over 1,000 students to work and actually become professional barbers. And now I'm looking forward to reaching back into my community and helping other small business, mom and pop business, incubate into a better business, especially with the cost of living going up and affordable leasing that a lot of people cannot afford to actually go to the plazas that we have. So I want something to be affordable that I can leave behind, that they actually have a kickstart like I had with my grandfather's house. Thank you, and I appreciate everyone.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, may I just add one additional before we go to staff and hear from Seth and his team? In addition to that, I know this is not agendized, but you will see it coming back before your agenda, and that's the fact that I was also able to assist Mr. Allen with the purchase of a building that's on Bonanza, right adjacent to Tenaya Creek Brewery, which he's basically converting into a bar and lounge. And so we're going through that process now of getting all the applications ready and things like that. And we also mentioned it to Councilman Creer. So we're really excited to show those plans to Councilman Creer and his staff in the city of Las Vegas as we move through that process, because what we're looking to also do is brighten up that corridor of Bonanza as well, because as you all very well know, with the historic site of the Moulin Rouge that exists, that's sitting there right now, you know, ripe for development, you know, it takes pioneers such as Tenaya Creek, it takes pioneers such as Mr. Allen and his development team to basically spur things and get things going and priming the pump, just as we did with East Las Vegas, as well as the Arts District and, you know, in the south portion of downtown
So I
Las
want to make
Vegas.
sure that Mr. Floyd gives us his comments and then the conditions if there were.
Thanks, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, due to the size of the site and the configuration of existing buildings and parking, the site cannot meet several commercial development standards, including building setback, landscape buffer width, parking lot landscaping, and mechanical equipment screening standards from adjacent residential properties. Reconfiguration of the site to provide a single compact commercial building or mixed-use development could allow for conformance to the zoning code requirements. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the proposed project and all associated applications. And Mayor, to confirm, the Planning Commission did add and the applicant did agree to 36-inch box Palo Verde trees.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, any questions, any comments, anybody?
Public comment, ma'am.
Yes, we have a question here from a councilwoman, and then any public comments.
Thank you. It's more of a comment. First of all, Mr. Barlow, Councilman Barlow, I love seeing you in chambers, and I miss you up here. And then secondly, last time you were here, Mr. Mark, I saw your little video with your big smile, and I just love that. I love that you promote, like, the success that you have with our city. It's really, I just want to say you guys are fabulous, and I support you.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wishing to make comment on agenda item 36? I'll close public comment and right on, Councilman Creer.
Thank you. I make a motion to approve item 36A, B, and C.
That was quick. Well done. Please vote and please post. And keep going, Mr. Allen. You're doing great. Thank you,
Mayor,
Mr.
Council. Thank you,
Barlow.
Councilman. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Let's move on to agenda item 37, 220229, and the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.46 acres at 1720 South Buffalo. 37A, 220229, GPA 1 from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to O Office. 37B, 220229, ZOM1 from RE Residence Estates, PO Professional Office. 37C, 220229, VR 1 to allow 48-foot residential adjacency setback where 87 feet is required, and 8-foot trash enclosure setback from protected property line where 50 feet is required. 37D 220229 SDR1, proposed 6,265 square foot office development with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant is IZ Design Studio. The owner is Doris H. Lauer. Trust. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 1 with Councilman Knutson, or public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Hi there. Good afternoon. And if you will, state your name for the record, and if you are the owner or representative.
Zach Broyles. I am the applicant and the representative.
Well done. Okay,
Thank
do you
you.
want to tell us? Oh, that's nice.
So, yes, this is for a personal office. We've lived in this neighborhood since 2004. This is about a block away from our house. Our current office is at Tenea and Sahara, so also in the same neighborhood. We have, seen this vacant lot as all of the properties around it have developed over many years. Currently, there's a paddle club directly across the street, which is considered a country club, so it's allowed in a rural estates, but essentially it's a commercial use with a fairly high intensity. Additionally, we have the park directly across the street, and then south of that paddle club is the Jehovah's Witness Church. So we've seen a transition of this corridor along Buffalo into more of a commercial type use. Under the professional office designation, it's intended for office uses to create a buffer between residents, estates, and higher density areas, which is exactly what we're intending to do. The park across the street has bright lights at night, and they have loud games and things like that, so we're intending to create this as our professional office as a buffer. Like I said, this is for our business. We have an architecture firm, very low intensity. We rarely have clients and others, people outside of our office come to visit us, so we are a low intensity use. We tried to meet with the one adjacent neighbor whose house you can see is kind of ghosted out in this image here. We went to his house 4 times, and we left all of our contact information as well as the full planning package and this rendering on his doorstep. He did not reach back out to us. We did meet with Councilman Knutson to brief him on the project, and also we've spoken with the Buffalo Coalition, who actually was here, and we talked with them outside, and they're in full support of this development. It seemed to be overwhelmingly liked and supported by the Planning Commission, and I hope that you guys would agree as well, and I'm here to answer questions.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's very attractive.
Thanks, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, staff has determined that the proposed GPA to office and rezoning to professional office is not compatible with the existing development in the surrounding area, which predominantly consists of large detached single-family residential lots. Furthermore, staff notes the proposed site and building design are not compatible with the existing development in the surrounding area, as evidenced by the associated variance to address insufficient residential adjacency, setbacks, and waivers and exceptions of required perimeter landscape buffering materials. Therefore, staff also recommends denial of the associated variance and SDR. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make comments on 37? Excuse me. A, B, C, or D? Hearing none, we won't have any comments from council before I turn it over to Councilman Knutson. It's yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I met with the applicant, Mr. Broyles, over WebEx or Zoom, I think, and so I was able to see the description. I've also heard from multiple residents in the surrounding areas, most of whom are in support. There are some opposition to it. I honestly much like the item before with the Siegfried and Roy property. I can't imagine what else that vacant lot would be. There's no way for it to be a park. I can't imagine anyone building a home there. Buffalo is incredibly busy. Okie's getting pretty busy. I drive by there all the time, and I think it's an absolutely perfect use for that property. It is right across the street from All-American Park, which buffers, or is Ward 2 now, which used to be Ward 1. So I think it's a great use for the property. I think that, I know, Mr. Rose, you've done a few projects now within Ward 1, so I'm grateful for that and hope your continued success resonates throughout the valley. And good luck on this project. I think it's great. And with that, Madam Mayor, I move to approve item number 37, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just
Yeah.
want to disclose, my brother lives, I don't know if it's even have to, but my brother lives right a couple blocks from this development, and I don't see any reason that there's any conflict whatsoever, but just wanted to put it on the record, and all the best to you.
Boy, are you brave speaking out for your brother, and an older brother at that. I would never go there.
I'm speaking out for me.
It's a beautiful building. So there's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Wonderful. Good luck.
Thank you.
Very attractive. Very attractive. Okay, 38 has been obeyed till the 21st of September. So we're on to agenda item 39. And 220294 GPA 1, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action land use entitlement project request to amend and update portions of the City of Las Vegas 2050 master plan consistent with section 11 of ordinance 6788. All wards, planning commission and staff recommend approval. Isn't that something? This is a public hearing which I declare open. So, floor is yours, my dear ma'am.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Just an explanatory note for context. This item amends the 2050 master plan for a number of small substantive items for amendments that are allowed under the ordinance. It has been more than a year since the 2050 master plan was adopted, and there were some things that we looked through that we wanted to make sure that we got changed or updated as time goes on. Things like that will come up from time to time, but we wanted, because of the content that was being updated, we wanted to at least give you an idea of what was being amended. More or less, there's updates to the general plan itself, the map, catching up for all the previous general plan amendments that have been done since the plan was adopted, making sure that that's official and published on the website and the city's interactive map. We also are amending some of the charts and the tables throughout the plan, including the historic preservation maps and the property table, and the compatible zoning districts and general plan categories. We do have a few changes to densities, in particular the transit-oriented development 1 and form-based code densities, just to bring them into conformance of what was contemplated and to provide some additional clarity. The land use descriptions received probably the largest update. For staff's assistance in describing some of the projects that come through, wanted to give additional descriptions as to what each of these land uses actually have within them. Most of them are minor in nature, but again, it brings it back a little bit towards what we had in the 2020 plan as far as descriptions and content, just for the purposes of writing staff reports. Just as something to look ahead to, we will have a director's item and a council update coming up in September regarding the overall implementation progress of the last year of the 2050 plan. That is something that is required annually under NRS 278-190. We also have special area planning efforts that are going on. We heard today from MBS about the Desert Pines development, but the broader effort that's going on in East Las Vegas and the special area plan there, Nuestro Futuro, that is something that will be back in front of City Council later this year. And we are also going to be doing special area plans for other parts of the city this fiscal year, and look to continue on that model that we did for East Las Vegas. And with that, if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Wonderful. Let's hear from Mr. Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd. For the record, not much to add other than we look for your approval of this item.
Terrific. Anybody from the public wanting to make comment? It's your baby. This is your baby. He worked on this day and night, day and night, day and night, and I guess he'll be doing it for the rest of your life, too. So this is wonderful. Any questions, comment? Yes, Councilwoman Diaz, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Volato, I'm very impressed with Nuestro Futuro. Very good pronunciation of the work that's undergoing for East Las Vegas. But I do have a question related to the land use description table. It's not on here, but I know that potentially Councilwoman Fiore is looking at incorporating an element of tiny homes into some development in the future in Ward 6, and then I was approached about tiny homes, and so I don't know where tiny homes fits and if we're working on a pathway, because I know the state legislature kind of spoke to it in the past session, so I just want to know where we are in the works with creating an avenue by which people can pursue this type of project.
Yeah. So briefly, Councilman, NRS 278-253, I think it is now, from the last legislative session, from Senate Bill 250, I believe it is. Yes, there is a requirement, but that does not go into effect until 2024. I think that's the effective date on it. Can you do a tiny home within our existing zoning districts now? I think the answer to that we've at least talked about is yes. There are some additional provisions in that tiny bill statute, but again, we have time to work with that, and if you wanted to do tiny home now, that's something that we could do under our existing zoning framework.
Yes, please, Councilwoman.
Well, Councilwoman, you just made a thought pop in my head. What constitutes square footage of the tiny home? Is there a specific square footage of a tiny home? Like from 50 square feet to 500 square feet? Like, what's the tiny home?
Yes, Councilwoman, that is actually prescribed in statute. I think they reference a national code for that. I'm not exactly sure what the square footage is, but we are talking about smaller square footages and footprints of them as in the hundreds of square feet.
Yeah, no, I get it. And I want to, a lot of people have this disillusion that tiny homes are for homeless, and they're not. I mean, as many of us are, getting older and looking to simplify our lives and just minimize our stuff, I think a tiny home and especially for our seniors is important to give them an option. Today, you can't really, purchase a home for less than $500,000, where a tiny home could be $150,000. And I really want people to get that mindset that tiny homes are gorgeous and beautiful, and they're great for folks that want to simplify their means. So thanks.
Any other questions, comments? So I guess we need a motion to accept anything. Yes, we do. No, we don't. Yes, we do. So I'm going to close public hearing, and I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem to accept our city's bidding.
I will move to approve item number 39.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to accept agenda item 39. Wonderful, and that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so 40 is to set any appeals filed or required public hearings. Please, Madam Clerk, to set those dates and appeals from City Planning Commission meetings, dangerous buildings, or nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you. And so agenda item 41, our second and last, public participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speakers allow may be limited. It's your opportunity to address the council, but council will not respond or engage in dialogue. And so, Susan Wade, please. We hear from Susan Wade and Mr. Brailsford, since you're already there. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, Daniel Braisted, B-R-A-I-S-T-E-D. Just following on more from the bicycle swarm that I experienced 2 weeks ago on Fremont. They took all the lanes going east, all of them. And I stood there, and they still shot me with a water pistol. It's the mentality of cyclists. You've got some that are great, and then you've got some that are just brats. So I hope government steps in. I talked to Commissioner McCurdy yesterday at the County Commission and brought it up to him. A couple of things that have been dragging on. Fremont Street, we're still irrigating dirt. We need to plant something or turn the water off. We have a cleaning crew that walks from the strip all the way to 14th and then back up to the strip. I understand it's done every day, but there's still a broken lamp in the dirt in front of 1040 on Fremont. So I don't think the crews are being told to look for things. They should have a loose leaf notebook, they flip through and they look for other things. So I'm just passing that on. There's a lot of the blue and green lighted street signs in the downtown area that one bulb is out and two bulbs are out, even on the Las Vegas Boulevard. So they could be looking for that if they work at night. Overhead lights are still on 9th Street, 1 block east of Fremont. I brought this up yearly, and I don't see it. There's 6 bulbs that are on, and I don't know why someone can't turn that off. The red signs that you have against loitering, people are sleeping under them. Now, I encourage you to add a sign underneath that says call 211 and, forgot your, Thompson, Dr. Thompson. She has a phone, a URL that you can go into it and you can see what beds are available. That should be right underneath that sign to help people do it. We should also have these types of signs on the trash bins on the Fremont Street Experience. Not all 3 sides, but one side that says, hey, if you need help, call 211, and lists the information there. Is anybody tracking the number of people that are using computers, the free computers? I stopped by the Dooley, 7 people use the computer, and there's 7 computers. And I had an idea for increasing the use of them, turned in with, if you want, I'll put it back in. Slides, I still encourage the slides. I still would like to see what your ideas are on vertical farming. Dubai just opened one of the largest vertical farming places, and I think we should have a meeting there. We should have a slide on the update on Interstate 15 that were announced at the LVCVA. We should have a slide updating the lights underneath Interstate 15. We should have a slide updating on this construction mess on Las Vegas Boulevard. It's discussing that it has gone on 4 years. The dam was built in 5. So let's go. The El Cid property, they're saying that they can keep the graffiti under the First Amendment. And I'm saying if an HOA can restrict signs in their area, we should be able to use that same law for a commercial place in the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
14.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, Ms. Wade, please, sorry.
Okay. Now, how do these things work? Is this on?
Yes, that is, and if you'll be close to it and pull it down so it can be closer, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okie doke. Well, I was here a while back, several years ago, with a problem, and I think you fixed it.
I'm sorry, sure. Would you repeat your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. You'd said it several times, so. Susan Wade, previously of 2001 East Tropicana Avenue, apartment 2016, which I was forced out of this January, actually, started in November, by Cushman and Wakefield Realty that took over the property. So I won't waste your time. We've been here a long time, and I'm sure everybody wants to go. But I've been forced to live in my car ever since they took over the property and raised the rent by $325, at least mine. And I was there from 2014 until then. Now, the property managers there, every time, I'm on Social Security, and every time that we got a cost of living raise in our Social Security, that's the amount they raised the rent for 6 years that I was there. But it was never by hundreds of dollars. It was by whatever amount our Social Security cost of living raise was. So I've been living in my car ever since. I don't know if you know that this is a pretty large problem, not just for me, but for many elderly people. They've been forced out of their homes and apartments. And I listened previously to all of today's agendas, or agenda, I don't know what you would say, but with you're convincing about the high-end properties and so on and so forth. You know, I don't know where they think, number one, they're going to get water, and number two, they're going to get people with high-end incomes to live there. I don't know. Everybody that I know in the real world is struggling like crazy. You know, these delusions of grandeur look like to me that these proposals were being made under today, but you know, that's neither here nor there. It's just my opinion. But this is a situation that is caused me to have cellulitis in my legs, and I don't know if anybody here has ever tried to sleep in their car for any length of time, but I've been there 8 months, and I'm pretty angry about it. Because I just learned, too, that Cushman and Wakefield are the same people that were appraisers for Mr. Trump, Donald Trump, and we know where he's at, you know, with honesty and real estate and income taxes. So I was flabbergasted when I heard that, but I thought, you know, that figures. That totally
I'm
figures.
going to suggest you go down to our courtyard and talk to the staff there. I thought we might have a representative here, but where? Oh, wonderful.
Wait a minute. Let me just say this. I've done the 211, 911, all that. There's no viable programs in the city for the elderly.
Well, we keep trying, and Gregory might be able to help you a little bit.
None.
Certainly give him a try. And so
all right,
sorry.
where they don't insist, where they're federally or, you know, funded, so therefore they want all your personal information just to get the money for your body, you know, for you being there. No, I'm not going to accept that.
Okay. Well, thank
So
you for
I mean,
coming down.
it's an insult. I was a waitress and a showroom photographer here for 40 years out on that strip. I helped build this town.
Thank you.
And I get a slap in the face for it now.
Thank
you. You know, they're going to say, pay the rent or go to your city councilman.
Thank you.
You know, give us 60-day notice, which I didn't. And I didn't pay my last month's rent.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you have anything, Gregory, that you can help with, but we might try. Okay. Okay, anyone else on the public comment, please come down, state your name for the record.
Hello, Mayor. My name's Alex Stein, and you know, after hearing that testimony, it just shows me that, you know, Las Vegas is really not heading in a good direction, because after my experience a couple nights ago, I had a very terrible experience where I think these casinos take advantage of people by giving people free drinks.
Wait, excuse me. You said your name was Alex Stein?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What I'm saying is these casinos give people free drinks, and then they become vulnerable and then end up gambling more money than they have.
Yeah.
And I was a victim of that. And I lost a lot of money. And I'm facing a lot of issues right now. My wife's boyfriend recently got her pregnant, and I'm here for a church event speaking for, I'm a member of the Church of Scientology, and I don't normally drink. But I'm very vulnerable. I'm in a position now where I don't know what I'm going to do because financially I'm going to have to take care of this baby potentially because he's out on parole right now and he has an upcoming case where he could be facing a long time in jail. So potentially I'm going to have to financially support this baby, and I come to Las Vegas for a work event and I get fed alcohol and I get entirely way too intoxicated. I go to the ATM, I use my credit card. They make it very accessible to be able to gamble with my credit card. You know this, Mayor Goodman. They make it absolutely incredibly accessible, Councilman, to be able to take all I have. And now I got to go back to Clearwater, Florida, and I have nothing. So after this, after I start drinking, I'm very distraught. And the one good thing about this city, I will say, the one good thing is, of all the cities I've been to, it's the first city. Last night at 4 a.m., I saw multiple people on Fremont Street taking the vaccine. That's the only place I've seen a 24/7 vaccine operation in the United States of America, and that's here in Las Vegas. I saw lots of people on Fremont Street doing the vaccine, and I want to commend you on the one thing. But the vulnerability of the tourists that come here, like myself, you're preying on people like me. And then I end up meeting a nice Filipino girl. I take her back to my hotel room. Come to find out, it costs money for her service to come to my room. Mayor Goodman. I end up having a good time. We start kissing. We take off our clothes. She has male genitalia. She's a transgender. Mayor Goodman.
Excuse me. We're in a public venue, and I think.
What happened? So listen, I'm at a meeting.
Please, could you please, excuse me, could you please be calm and whatever?
You guys are preying on me, Mayor. You know, when I'm out there, I'm vulnerable, and now I have
Please.
a male genitalia with breasts. It's very confusing. How can we track that?
Excuse me. I think unless you have an issue that we can address, no. Please. Please, you do have issues. Be calm and just take one day at a time. Try.
I'm supposed to pay for my wife's boyfriend's kid.
That's not our responsibility, sir.
They gave me all the alcohol.
Sir, this is not the first council meeting you have come into. You actually go through council meetings across the United States and do this performance. So please leave our chambers at the moment. Thank you.
That's a performance now. A chick with a dick's a performance, okay?
You need to remove him. Marshals, remove him right now.
This is ridiculous.
Goodbye.
You know that they do this. You know
Goodbye.
how vulnerable
Goodbye.
this is. But you know how vulnerable
Goodbye.
this is.
Goodbye.
You can play cutesy-patootsy, but you know what the deal is.
Jesus.
What's the matter?
He needs help.
Yeah, well, he does. He does.
Yeah, well, see, now you
I had a chance to look him
you
up.
kick me out, you're going to talk behind my back.
I had a chance to
You're taking
look him up.
I'm
He
the
does
chick
this
with the
across.
dick.
This is what he does. Yeah, Chance just told me all about it. Yeah, he gave me a chance.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to make comment today, please? This is a first, in 11 years, that was a first. So, goodness gracious. On we go. I'm going to close public comment then on this, and, pardon?
I told my cousin not to show up here.
Oh, good. Okay, we're on to emerging issues. Council emerging issues discussing regarding potential items for future council agendas. Any discussion as to whether or not such an item should be placed on an agenda. No discussion on that item shall occur. So does anyone have a future agenda item, sir? No? Down here? You have a question or an item?
No, I.
Be careful.
No, I don't.
She's turned on. Okay. It looks like you're saved again.
Yes.
One more time. And so now it's our recognition time, council members. And I think I started with Councilwoman Seaman. So this time we'll start from inside. We'll go to Councilman Creer, then Councilwoman, and down the road. Go. Councilman Creer, please.
Thank you. The Whitenap Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program offers grants of up to $1,250 for youth to create and implement neighborhood-based service learning projects of their own design. The 2022-23 application period is available and closes on October 31st. Please visit lasvegasnevada.gov/YNAPP for more information. Our next Computer Basics for Seniors will take place September the 6th, and from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the Strong Free Technology Training Center located at 330 West Washington Avenue. This class is free and open to the public. Registration is required and space is limited. To reserve your seat, please call 702-236-2114. And the free Strong Start Go mobile pre-K program is still open for enrollment. This program will provide students with a free, quality early learning opportunity and a safe and friendly half day. They will also have family workshops and family activities. For more information about this program, call 702-229-KIDS. And the Safe Key before and after school program has space for the 22-23 school years. This program provides a safe, structured environment where children in grades kindergarten and 5th grade can engage in a variety of enrichment and social activities beyond the bell. For more information, please visit lasvegasnevada.gov/safekey. I urge you to subscribe to our newsletter for all updates that's going on in Ward 5. Or you can also follow us on social media at Twitter, Cedric Career, Instagram, Councilman Career, and Facebook, Councilman Cedric Career. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Go for it.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. We are going to do our movies in the park, and you know, at my age, the Addams Family is so exciting, and they literally have changed everything. So I'm excited. Come watch The Addams Family with me Friday, September 2nd at 7 p.m. at our Centennial Hills Park Amphitheater. It's going to be fabulous. We're going to have popcorn and water and fun. Now, let's find some of our kids, please. We've got Jakaya Aldridge. She's only 16 years old. She's a female. She's 5'5". She's 130 pounds, brown eyes, like black braided hair. She's African American, and she was last seen May 11th. Okay, we're looking at 3 months, you guys, approximately at 12:30 near the 1900 block of Searless Avenue, like Rancho High School area. She was last seen wearing a black shirt with a pink design, a pink hoodie, with a Tupac image on the back, blue jeans and white high-top shoes. So please, let's find Jakaya and bring her home. And please call Las Vegas Metro Police at 702-828-3111. Now we're looking for a 15-year-old named Natalie Rosales, and she's 5'6", 115 pounds. She's just a little thing. She's got brown eyes and brown hair. She's Hispanic. She was last seen in the area of Vegas. Please, let's find Natalie, bring her home. Call Las Vegas Metro Police at 702-828-3111. And I just want to say today at Fire Station 1, we are celebrating the happy retirement of our very own Tim Zemansky, who's been with us 50 years, and he's just amazing. And sorry we're on council and we couldn't be there, but we love you and we wish you. And I hope you got my socks that I sent our staff. All right, socks and pink box donuts.
Pink socks?
Pink box.
Nice.
Pink box with socks.
Cute.
Yes.
Cute.
And then, you know, when we look at our homeless, and I have to tell you, the lady that came and spoke with us, she pulled on my heartstrings. I take care of my senior mom, and I know this is an issue, and I'm hoping to get these folks handled. But I want to tell you about a success story that we have with our Corridor of Hope, and that's today's story about a 70-year-old senior male on a fixed income who was residing in affordable housing and was at risk of homelessness due to a lack of funds to pay his rent. Recently, one of his family members had passed away, and he had contributed to the funeral expenses. Homeless service technicians, Adrian and Elizabeth, encountered the senior through their outreaching efforts. They were able to assist him with paying his rental arrears to include 3 months of future payments. While working with him to establish budgeting guidelines and connection to additional services, Adrian and Elizabeth learned that this Las Vegas gentleman was a former professional basketball player in Europe in his early life and was also a history teacher right here in the Las Vegas Valley. Once he learned his housing was secure, he teared up and thanked everyone for helping him in his time of need. So, just like our lady that was just here who waitressed on the Strip for 40 years, I hope that she goes to our Corridor of Hope, and I hope that she asks for our help, because we would love to help her. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Knudsen, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am reminding those in Ward 1, we have an upcoming Brews with Brian happening this Saturday, August 20th at 9 to 10 a.m. at the Bagel Cafe, located at 301 North Buffalo. It's a favorite of pretty much everybody. And then I'm super excited on August 23rd, that's next week, from 3:30 to 5. We'll be hosting an event along with the Downtown Vegas Alliance to highlight the opportunities within the Las Vegas Medical District. And because of the city staff and the support from this Las Vegas City Council, there's, like I said earlier, there's hundreds of millions of dollars, public, private, nonprofit, going into the medical district. And so the purpose of this event with the Downtown Vegas Alliance is to make sure that our community of development and medical professionals are aware and are actively engaged in the conversation about what the next several years will look like. There'll be a lot of cones in the area. But after the cones are gone, there'll be trees, and it'll be a great place of healthcare. That is the rendering of the agreement that we made with G2 Capital on city and university land and a private developer developing it. It's a parking garage, a hotel, and 160,000 square feet of medical office space.
And going where?
That is going on Wellness and Shadow. And there's a tiny little sliver of land right across the street that's still available. And then there's about 15 acres on Martin Luther King that's still available, and that's it. So lots of development.
Best listen, could you repeat the available sites where, again, this is Shadow and Wellness Way?
Shadow and Wellness, lots of construction. It's right next to the medical school campus, and I think later today we'll be making another announcement recognizing that the Nevada State Legislature is investing significantly with ARP dollars into the development of the medical school site. So that's 9 acres. That'll all be built out. We will be struggling with parking very soon.
And attractive,
and going to be nice on that.
This is lots of high-paid professionals working in the area.
And is there signage in the area of what's available?
There is going to be signage.
There is going to be,
it's all being developed in the next year.
I drive it every day, and I'm looking for what's available, what's not, that needs to be marked. One is there on the north side of Wellness, on the east side of Shadow, that big piece.
North side of Wellness, east. Yeah, that's part of this, and then I think we're going to probably need more parking or more residential either way, because it'll all be built out.
Beautiful. So pay attention, everybody. This is wonderful and important to our entire community. Okay, more? That's it?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and more excitement because, there they are, and I love their new pictures. They're so grown up. Councilwoman Diaz, but finally, we're seeing something happen to the golf course.
Yes, and that's very exciting. But first and foremost, I want to start with family first. I did grow up with lots of Leos in my household, so I know if I'm a little feisty sometimes, it's probably from my feline family members. So I want to say happy birthday to my sister Marisa, who is celebrating her birthday today. Nice. On Friday, it's my sister Adela. She celebrates her birthday. She's the one right after me. And then on the 22nd is my father's birthday, Gilberto Diaz. So all these Leos in the Diaz clan. And from there, I'm going to move on to what we've been up to in Ward 3. We had an amazing fire station open house. It's our fire station that's located in Ward 3 off of Mojave in front of Freedom Park. And it was really cool to see the next generations of firefighters coming through, all clad and super eager to be inside of the engines and figuring out, how big that fire station is in comparison to them. But we know that planting the seed starts early, and I'm super grateful for the new leadership of Mr. Gray, our new fire chief, being there in attendance to support his fire crews. The same day, we also hosted a Mayfair neighborhood cleanup, and in a few days after the cleanup, we also hosted a meeting with the Mayfair community, and this is in regards to the flooding incident that occurred on July 28th. From what I hear from accounts from the neighbor, rivers kind of flowing through that neighborhood, because just Mother Nature is Mother Nature, and we unfortunately can't control how much she decides to rain on a certain section of our city. So I just want to thank all of the amazing city staff, and also first and foremost the Chingazo Committee of the Carpenters Local 1977. They came out with about 12 to 15 people to help people clean the front of their yards, the streets, and anything that they asked us to toss in the dumpsters. Also our Department of Neighborhood Services, thank you for making that a reality. But I also want to thank all of the city staff that was there to meet with the community, and that's Rosa Cortez, O Kwan Song from our flooding guru, Matthew Meyer from O&M, Carolyn Levering, Deputy Fire Chief Nolan, Pat Petrie, and our own very city attorney, Brian Scott. So it meant a lot to the community for us to be available for questions they had. Next, we're going to highlight the mayor's awesome reception for art at our 5th Street School and her mayor's gallery. So in collaboration with Mexican consul Julian Escutia Rodriguez, they had a little contest, a call for artists where people submitted what it means to be Hispanic or Latino in Las Vegas, and right there is the winner of the very first grand prize that the mayor so graciously awarded $500 to. That's the runner-up. Okay. So the bighorn sheep with the colorful background was the runner-up, but the one with like the Red Rock Canyon view and some explorers is the first place winner. So thank you, Mayor, for making this hopefully an annual tradition now moving forward on, and it's hard to believe that the Mexican consul has had an office here for 20 years now, so I think it was a great time to start it. Speaking of art, we were able to unveil a mural at Doug Selby, and it was just beyond my expectations. I had seen what they were trying to bring, but until I actually went and I saw what they created on Doug Selby's walls, it was just amazing. And so I just want to thank all the artists involved, Eric, Guy, and Elliot. So if you haven't had the opportunity to check it out, it's located on Sand Hill, 1293 North Sand Hill. And in particular, what was really touching is that they paid homage to an angel we lost last year at this park, Miguel Morales. So thank you very much to Life is Beautiful for making this mural project a reality. And speaking of Life is Beautiful, it's not too far away, but before the next concert series hits our town, we want to clean up the areas a bit. So on Saturday, August 20th, with Collida Gardens and Life is Beautiful organizers, we're going to be undertaking the efforts of cleaning downtown Vegas, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. So if you are interested and you are ready, able, and willing, we'll meet you down on 6th and Fremont, because we're going to be cleaning 6th and Fremont all the way to 11th and Fremont and give our community some much-needed TLC. And you see the information there to sign up. And that's all I have, Mayor. As usual, if you have anything you would like to bring to our attention in Ward 3, you can stay in touch via social media, but we do prefer you drop us a line at ward3@lasvegasnevada.gov or call our office at 229-2359. Thank you.
Wonderful. I must say it's wonderful. Our community loves to help us out, and that's what makes all the difference. When you have people who participate and care, rather than to complain, they get out and help, and it just makes a difference throughout the city. So we really thank you as much as we do our staff who leads us, guides us with their professional talents and education and their hearts and commitment. So I want to thank everybody, our city manager and entire team who've really made this wonderful, our IT, our PIO, our planning, our law enforcement, fire and rescue. It is something else to be part of the heartbeat of this community, and we do it all because we love to live here and want to make it a better place. And so know that you have the devotion and constant attention of our council, and they're a great bunch, and of course we don't ever move a step without legal. So thank you very much, Mr. Scott and team. There is Mr. Lewis there, and so everybody have a good, safe rest of the week, and nothing happens without the clerk, and the clerk's office keeps us legitimate. So until further, next time is when? before I? September 7th. See you then. We're adjourned. Thank you all.
Madam Mayor, look